All right, good morning, everybody. We've got some exciting Scrabble action for you. I am Matt Kannick, joined here by Lisa Odom. Today we'll be broadcasting the NWL division of WIGPO's Word Cup's Early Bird. This is the second Early Bird. There was one yesterday with some exciting action, but we're getting the stream live today. Lisa, what can we expect today?
Well, there's some very good players playing, so I think we're going to see some good Scrabble. Hopefully, we'll get to see some close end games. That's always the most exciting to watch.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's always a bummer. Every once in a while on Scrabble, you get those drubbings. There's just not a lot of good action. But looking at the field today, we've got some really solid names. Division One features Ori Swift from Texas, Jason Lee from Montreal, as well as John Shreve, John Karis, Norazes Vestapunt, and Winter, known just as Winter. So a solid Division One. It'll be a 5-game tournament, so an even round robin. Every player playing every other player one time. And I believe for our first game, we're working on getting Jason Lee and his opponent, who is about to be determined, up here on the stream. Lisa, do you have any history playing any of these opponents?
Um, I, yeah, I mean, I know. With John Shreve, I just played. I just played in Sioux Falls, and it was between me, Jim Kramer, and John, and I actually won the tournament. But John, I played many times. Also, when I won the World Cup, he was one of the people that was in strong contention, and we've had some very good games. I know he's a very good player. I've also played Neurasi Vestapunt or Saint. I mean, I played him many times. I know he's a very good player too. And of course, Ori Swift. We saw him in the the finals of the nationals, and he was awesome, even if he didn't quite get the titles that he needed the last time around. So.
Yeah, no, this is looking like a great field. Ori and Jason, both the first and second seed, respectively. I have a good amount of history with observing their plays, and they're both really interesting players. So I hope we get to showcase some of the strategy and the tactical decisions that they elect to make across the day. Although every player in this division certainly a solid player and an expert for good reason. Today's stream, we're going to be doing the 5 games of the early bird, and the first 3 games of main event are also going to be tonight. Later on in the evening, we'll have those live for you as well. Today is going to be all NWL. There will be some CSW featured on subsequent days of the main event. So we'll kind of rotate, spread the love, and get you all a little bit of everything. For those of you new to this channel, I do want to give a shameless plug. Hit that subscribe button. The entire event will be on this YouTube channel, the Let's Play Scrabble channel. We'll be watching that sub count. We're at 753 so far. I'm hoping by the end of the tournament we can get up to 1,000. That's our lofty goal, but we're hoping to get there. Smash that sub button, hit that like button as well, and you can find us here again tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day, and even the day after that. It's going to be lots of Scrabble for you. And if you're new to Scrabble, if you want to get into competitive Scrabble, find some tournaments in your area, go to wordgameplayers.org. That's wordgameplayers.org, and you'll be able to find mini tournaments in your area upcoming. You'll also be able to sign up to make a Word Game Players profile. It's free to join. You just got to give a little bit of information about yourself. So I encourage everybody to check that out. I see in the chat what's the difference between NWL and CSW? So there are 2 lexicons that Tournament Scrabble is played with. In North America, players tend to use NWL, whereas the international scene uses the CSW lexicon. In short, I don't want to get too into it right now, but NWL is sort of a smaller dictionary, where CSW is bigger. It's added some more words. And today we'll be featuring Scrabble in the NWL lexicon, though there are very good players who use both lexica.
Do you actually play both yourself?
I will dabble in CSW. I've never formally studied it. I've played some games online. I'll play whatever's available to me. In general, I won't pass up a, an NWL division to play CSW because I'm just better at NWL. But if CSW is the only lexicon offered, I'm happy to play it. I really just enjoy sitting down and playing Scrabble with my friends. So, yeah. How about you, Lisa?
Yeah, I'm about the same. I have played in a few world championships. About a decade ago, I think it is. But so I did learn twos and threes, and then my husband actually, Steve Pellinen, he likes he really likes Collins. So um, I have played with him, and I will play occasionally. But it's the same thing. I mean, I haven't really I don't know. For some people would say made the leap to the Collins. I still prefer to NWL. So
Yeah, there are just a lot more words, but each brings pros and cons. Particularly for those who enjoy traveling overseas to play Scrabble, North American players will play CSW a lot more if they do travel a lot. But yeah, two different games, but very similar games at the same time. And there are many players, we call them bilectual. They play both lexica, but to me, it's too hard to study even one dictionary, much less two. This is going to be a really cool tournament. Generally, every year in Albany, New York, there is a big tournament hosted around the 4th of July. These were started decades ago by the late great Annette Tedesco, and I had the privilege to meet Annette just twice. I played two of her last July 4th tournaments she ever put together, but she was an amazing woman, made everybody feel very hospitable. She'd invite everybody to her house after the tournament on the 4th of July to light some fireworks over the lake and cook some barbecue and just have a great time. Elisa, have you ever met Annette Tedesco?
yes, I had met her well, I'm originally from the New York area, so I did know her then, but I moved to Minnesota way back in 1991, and then Paul Averin, who was like one of my early mentors, he was always encouraging me to go to that tournament, to a Nets tournament. So I did get to go once, and I had such a wonderful time. And ironically, I grew up in New York, but I'd never been to Albany, and I really loved the city too. So it was a wonderful time. The barbecue was fun. I remember I took a picture, I think, of every single person there, and everyone was having such a wonderful time. And I remember her sons like kind of, like working over the hot coals, and it really was a wonderful time, and it's right on the river, right on the Hudson. So it's very, was very scenic also. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, it that's what Scrabble is all about. It's easy to get caught up in the competition and your wins and losses and your record, but at the end of the day, man, it's about getting a bunch of nerds together and hanging out and having a great time. Opening up a couple beers and having some barbecue and shooting some fireworks over the lake, and just having a great time. Always a good tournament, and the Albany tournament has been continued on by Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor, in Annette's memory. And it's super cool to see that the Albany tournament this year has transitioned from just a very large tournament to now the Word Cup, where there are going to be, what, $60,000 or so on the line in prize money for the winners. So, super cool time. Thank you, Annette, for everything you've done. Um,
Yeah,
really
she was
sweet
such a
woman.
funny, cool, sweet person, and one of the more memorable people I think I've met in Scrabble. So I know she's very missed by everyone.
Yeah, absolutely missed and loved, and just super cool to see her tournament living on and bringing people together, even years after she's departed now. I believe announcements have wrapped up for the tournament, so the players should be sitting down almost any minute now to get some Scrabble action for y'all, and we'll get things going shortly thereafter. I see in the chat the top player is a Magic the Gathering player as well. That is true. Ori Swift has actually had multiple trips sponsored overseas by Wizards of the Coast to go play Magic the Gathering. He's been sponsored to go to Dublin and Barcelona to play in different tournaments because he performed very well at tournaments in the US. And yeah, you'll see that a lot in Scrabble. Jason Lee as well. He's a big games player in general, not just a word game player, but board games, video games. Ori as well, huge gamer across the board. And I love both of their games because you actually see that. in the way they play. They approach things a little bit differently. Some players who only really play Scrabble, they'll play kind of formulaically almost, but you'll see Jason and Ori both get very creative with what they do, very non-conventional plays, and a very cool play style that results from that. So Magic the Gathering, Jason's got some games he's very good at as well. Let's see, do we have any other gamers in this division? John Shreve, John Karis, Saint, Winter. I'm not aware that they're gamers as well, but it'll be some cool stuff. I see Ori is a giant nerd, respectfully, and I think Ori would take that as a compliment.
I was just looking to see. Well, Annette is a poker player. I see that Annette Oberstad. So.
Oh yes, yeah. Annette, she's in Division 3 for now, although she's certainly been on the rise very recently. Was previously a huge poker player and has come over to Scrabble. There's a lot of overlap between those two games. You'll see a lot of poker players play Scrabble. A lot of Scrabble players play poker. There's a lot of overlap as well between Scrabble and chess. You'll see a lot of chess players get into Scrabble and vice versa. What are some other games that you know of, Lisa, where there's a significant overlap?
Did we mention bridge? Did you? Bridge?
Yeah, we should definitely mention bridge. I'm up at Philadelphia for the summer. I'm based out of Austin, Texas, but I've been welcomed in by the Wilmington, Delaware club as I stay up here, and almost every player there is an avid bridge player as well. So lots of overlap between lots of different games. Again, huge convention of nerds, but hey, we love it. We're here for it. It looks like we are ready to be live now. Our first game is featuring Jason Lee, the 2 seed in the division, versus John Karis, who is the 4 seed in the division. And it looks like the players are seated now and about to get started. John Karis is going to be going first. Jason Lee will be going second. And we'll get action started in just a moment for you. See the honorary fist bump of good luck, and Jason with excellent tile drawing technique. Bag's got to be above eye level, and he's doing a great job demonstrating that. Looks like he's got 7 tiles down, and we are off. Word Cup is live. Ooh, that looked like a really good start for John. EILNR, and then he picked up 2 additional I's. Very bingo-prone letters to start with, and can't have been thrilled about drawing those extra 2 I's. I personally, in that situation, might have exchanged 2 tiles, just 2 of the I's, and held the letters in liner. But Leary is a way to score a little bit more, and tile turnover is a theory as well in this game. We're trying to play off more tiles in order to draw more tiles and hopefully get some of the good stuff, such as the blanks, out of the bag. Lisa, what do you think about John's first play?
Yeah. I think I would have done what you did, just hold on to, the 5 good tiles and then go for the 2, especially because, Jason will make a play and open up, there's going to be some additional lines open. So, it opens opportunities for 8s. But, yeah, I think that was too good a rack not to just, hold on to the core of it.
Yeah, but different players definitely come with different styles, even at the top of this game, and you'll see that across the day. So John electing to turn over a little bit more, score some points now as opposed to try and cash points later.
Sure.
And that seems like it's actually going to pay off for him because he picked up a Q and a Y, and those are not great bingo tiles at all. So if he had held EILNR, drawn that Q, well, he would have scored 0 and then been stuck with the Q afterwards. So some good decision making there with what ended up happening. Jason's also got a pretty tough decision. He's got a bunch of stuff there, J and X and H and M all together. It looks like he's setting up to play Max on top of Leary, making MI, AR, and XI. Although perhaps there are other options as well. Do you see anything else worth considering here, Lisa?
No, not so far. And Max kind of, kind of controls the board a little bit nicely. So
yeah, Max is going to keep things nice and tight. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm holding on to SHJ together. You're probably going to get some significant points out of that next turn. After a play like Leary, you have to assume maybe that John has an additional I, and that is the one back hook to MAX is a back I. So you'll see John immediately crush that there. But Max was just such a good play that scored so well compared to the other options. I think it's something he had to do there. And it looks like Jason has picked up the first blank. And a couple of A's into his SHJU leave. So blanks are great. Typically, you're not going to see expert level players use a blank unless they're bingoing or scoring, about 60 or 70 points with it. And I sincerely doubt there's a bingo that Jason's going to have with that J, the U, the H, and the two A's. But he's got some good options as well. HAJ jumps out to me right away, making AMI and Jar on top of Maxi. It still keeps things nice and tight, but it's going to score quite well. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays that rather quickly. Lisa, do you see anything else?
Not really. I think that's the play. Unless he bingo surprises us all.
Surprise us all with a bingo that we don't see it.
I've seen that happen, but yeah, I mean, it looks like Haj is pretty obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say playing on stream is a different beast than playing normally because all of a sudden you get in your own head. You really start to question, is that actually a word? Am I sure it's a word? Everybody's going to see me make this mistake if it's not. And you want to spend extra time because you'd hate to miss a bingo live on the stream in a big tournament such as this one. But yeah, that rack is so bad. There's not going to be a bingo there. And another merit to HAJ is it sets up the S that he has. A bingo ending in S will now be able to play on top, making SH. So sets himself up and scores a boatload of points in the process. And just like that, J, Q, and X are already out. Just the Z is left for those high-scoring tiles. John pulling into EEH and RRY. And can't be super thrilled with that Hodge play because he's really left with very few options after it. AMI does take a front R, and it looks like he set up EYER, EYER, to go on top of it. And that's about the only play here that makes any sense, at least in my head. Do you notice anything else there, Lisa?
No, that looks good. Looks good.
Yeah, pretty standard play. And Jason's going to be left with the decision now. He's got AAD OSU blank. So I think he'll be bingoing here. I'm not seeing it jump out right away, at least not one that plays. Are you seeing anything,
Right.
Lisa?
No, because he's like isn't Amadeus good? But I don't think that actually goes
Yeah,
down.
Amadeus and Audads, AOUDADS,
Okay.
which can also be spelled AUDADS, if I'm not mistaken. But neither one of those is going to fit. Now Jason's got a dilemma. I see that Jason could play quad, QUAD, or QUOD, but probably QUAD, which would set up his S to crush that triple line next turn. As plays like that are always scary because you don't know what John has. We also don't know what John has right now. It seems like we've just lost him for a minute. But if John has the S, you open a spot and he crushes it on what would otherwise be a tight board. But you have the S, and if he doesn't have it, he's either got to sacrifice a lot of points to block or leave it there and let you crush the spot. Aside from that play, though, I'm really not seeing too much. There's a duo, Udo, on top of EYER, maybe
Yeah.
underneath EYER. Billy Nakamura in chat actually points out that there were two spots for Audads, and that's right. Before EYER, he could have played it underneath Leary, making LA a mid and jars. So
Oh
a
wow, that
double
would have been
whammy
nice.
there. Everything gets blocked for Jason. And he's probably going to spend a little bit more time, looking for eights through that E, maybe down from the L. Make very sure he's not missing a bingo here, because this looks like it probably should. But we've got the luxury of looking at the the valid bingos in here, and it's just those two, and neither one's going to fit. Scrabble's a lot easier when you're not actually playing, and you can look up the racks.
Of course.
So we'll definitely see here if Jason ends up making the kind of aggressive play of quad, setting up his S, or if he decides to keep things smaller. I could see him making a play like SAU and MAXIS. I could see him just dropping duo on top of Ire or Udo or something like that. Is there anything Oda maybe as well, ODA, that would hold his U, which is not super conducive to bingoing, but it scores better than some of those other options.
Yeah, probably should. Yeah, no, probably should get rid of the U, but we'll see what he does. I think quad is the play if he's bold enough to do it.
Yeah, the only issue with quad, generally you want to hold more consonants than vowels if possible, but you can't always get what you want.
Right, and with the blank, it still leaves him a little more flexibility in terms of whether that's going to be a consonant or used as a consonant or a vowel. But yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
The Scrabble players do have 25 minutes to play their entire game, but they're free to use that time as they want to. So I know I had a game the other day where I spent 12 of my 25 minutes on the first turn and ended up using about 5 minutes for the entire rest of the game. Players do not lose if they go overtime right away. Instead, for every minute they go overtime, they lose 10 points from their score. And it's only if they go 10 or more minutes overtime where they immediately end up forfeiting. So a little bit different from chess because we do have points. You can just deduct points for going overtime. We may see it a few times today, but in general, players don't go over their time too often unless games are very close and they just have a plethora of difficult decisions. Whoa. So Jason, instead of quad setting up the S, just drops QUA, which has a whole bunch of different hooks, Y, I, D, and so definitely an aggressive play there that could give up a lot. But instead, he gives John one of the letters John needed to hit his bingo. John didn't have the best rack with an H and a V, but he did pick up the blank, and that flexibility alone allowed him to cash those out. And John bingos first, despite Jason drawing the blank first. And we got some fireworks now. I think John had one bingo that was a little bit less aggressive than that one, a little bit more defensive that scored about the same. I'll throw that out as a challenge for the chat. Another bingo that scores about the same, but doesn't give back a triple triple line or triple words to his opponent. And Jason has to be salivating at that O floating between two triple word squares. If he hits both at the same time, he gets 9 times his score plus a 50-point bonus for a bingo. But he's got maybe too many vowels. He's already got an O of his own. We've got the luxury of knowing that there isn't a triple triple there. But again, on stream, you're going to take your sweet time with this and make sure you don't blow it. He will be able to bingo here. I see Deodars, Deodars. That plays very nicely next to the quad that he just set up. So we'll get the D on the triple letter both ways. That's going to score probably about 85, something like that. So Jason, as long as he spots that, and I expect him to, it's a reasonably high probability bingo. We'll be able to bingo this turn, finally, after drawing that blank several turns ago. But again, I expect him to spend a lot of time here, look for a bingo that maybe doesn't give as many points back, doesn't make a parallel right next to the triple word. And of course, he doesn't want to miss a triple triple here. But we've got the luxury of knowing that it's not there. Man, poor Jason. This has been a number of difficult decisions and close but no cigar type racks with that blank. And when you have a blank and you can't bingo, it It's really bad, actually. You're basically playing with 6 tiles instead of 7, and you lose the additional flexibility. You have to hold on to that blank, and having one fewer tile really limits the options that you're going to be able to have and the points you're going to be able to score. So, unfortunately, Jason's been in that situation for a couple turns, but he should be able to finally unload it.
I wonder if he sees it. If he sees it. Hmm.
I know when I draw into racks like this, I just make the blank every letter of the alphabet one at a time. I make it an A, I make it a B, I make it a C, and I
I
slowly
know.
write down. I'm sorry?
You're very, yeah. The system. You're very systematic about it, which is, you know, very very smart.
Well, in a situation like this where there are a lot of different opportunities, you don't want to miss one. You want to make sure you make not just a bingo, but the highest scoring bingo. A big Scrabble mantra is when you find a good play, find a better one. And so you want to make sure, even though you see a bingo, it's the best bingo, especially with bingo prone tiles like the ADES combination that he's got.
Yeah, I think Jim Geary was famous for saying that.
Yeah, I know it's been passed down, definitely passed down, but it's a great saying.
Oh, it
I
is.
miss
It
Jim
is
Geary. He
for
should
sure.
come back to Scrabble sometime. Actually, fun Jim Geary anecdote. Jim Geary was a very top player from the 1990s, early 2000s, and James Geary is his full name. And he dropped into the Houston Scrabble Club about 10 years after he stopped playing tournaments, wearing a very fake mustache. Told them he was a new player named Jeremy Saga, which is a clever anagram of James Geary, and proceeded to drop 500 points in almost every game he played, won all of them, and left everybody very confused until he
Wow.
uh, until he finally let the cat out of the bag. But that's hilarious. One of the funniest
Yeah,
Scrabble stories
very
I've ever
Andy Kaufman or something. Yeah, that's cool.
heard. Very much so, yeah. Jason is
I'm thinking he
not
was
the
in
fastest
senior.
player, and he is now right about halfway through his clock, just a few turns into the game. So he's going to have to rush a couple turns later on to make up for this. Not criticizing him by any means. He's had a handful of difficult turns back to back to back, and you want to make sure you use your time. You're free to spread it out however you want, but definitely a thing that we're going to want to start monitoring. Ooh, so it seems like maybe Jason didn't spot the triple overlap. He's going to play just DO there, holding the very strong ADES blank combination. He's going to have 2 big spots now to play. He's opened up a second triple line, and the triple triple stays available to him. But I'd imagine that's a bingo miss and not a tactical decision. Although it is a tough spot with the 3 overlaps like that. And you don't think to begin a bingo with DEO very often. John now sitting on some garbage. WGP definitely doesn't go that well together, and a handful of vowels to go with those. And he's going to have to make a decision about what he wants to do. He can play over on the right something like WIPE and now. That will open up the board pretty substantially, but clear off some of those bad tiles on his rack. He can address the triple triple. His opponent has just fished 2 tiles, so his opponent is likely pretty close to a bingo. So do you play something like Goop through the blank O in overhand? Definitely some things to think about here. He could
Yeah,
also play something like WOVE through the V in overhand. Not the worst option as well. Still obscures that triple triple and holds slightly better tiles. But this is a tricky turn. Lisa, what are you thinking here?
I yeah, I think I would probably take the NO just because it's the easier spot. I mean, even if he bingos up there, he's not gonna, I mean, triple triple is always harder, but you know. he's been working at it a while though, so maybe But yeah, I think I would just take do what he's doing, something like what he's doing, and just take the spot, the easier spot.
So John electing to play Weep instead of Wipe, probably because Weep only takes the S and Y back hooks, whereas Wipe takes DRS. And Jason does have a triple triple. He's actually got two. So we'll see if he finds this one. It's tricky with two blanks. You really start to, I don't know, to see a lot of things, but caseload and baseload are both
Mm,
triple triples. And he sees
he
it
finds that
quickly.
immediately.
That's
Wow.
clutch. And wow, okay. Welcome to the stream, Jason Lee. Welcome to the Word Cup to all of our viewers. There's our triple triple. And that is going to be a boatload of points. 122, if I counted it correctly. We'll figure out what the blank is, whether it's a B or a C. I imagine now that he's going to jump ahead in this game, he'll try to muck up the board and make it a C, because C takes no letters behind it, whereas B takes several. But we'll clarify with our team in Albany as to whether that is a B or a C, because it could be either one.
Would you have blocked the O? I mean, I don't know.
It's tricky from John's perspective. You can't know that your opponent has a blank. Jason did spend a lot of time, and maybe that can clue you in, like he's really taking his time anagramming. Maybe there's a blank on his rack that requires extra thought. But the plays he's made in a vacuum don't necessarily scream, I have a blank right now. So that's tricky to say. I don't know what I would have done.
Yeah,
I
he's
probably,
certainly more than made up though for missing the first bingo by getting the triple triple. So
yeah,
it's fun to see.
it's a lot easier to answer that when you know the triple triple comes. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, John spots a movie. That's a really nice play to score rather well, make several overlaps, and unload a bunch of those vowels all at the same time. So those plays, more than the flashy triple triples, are, in my opinion, what separates the cream of the crop players from some of the other players kind of up there in rating. Great find by John. Great way to unload that rack and score well, keep his poise and focus despite getting triple tripled on. And we've got a 15-point game. We've already seen JQXZ go out, or JQX go out, and there's the Z now. So all of the big boys are going to be played after Jason unloads this one, which I imagine happens pretty quickly. I see dozes and weeps. Maybe you don't want to give up the S in this situation. The S is extremely strong on a tight board like this, with just that one S hook floating around as the only real way to open it. But I don't see a lot of other ways to score points out of this rack. Really not almost anything. You could potentially play Dog next to Weeps, making DE and OP. Set up your S again, even though it's already set up, and hold Zest for down the road. But otherwise, not a lot of scoring options that I'm seeing, at least. Lisa, what do you think about this position?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I don't. I Getting rid of the S now doesn't seem like it'd be nice to hold on to it, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of scoring that he can do. Oh, there. Right. Yeah, now I can see the whole board again.
Yeah, right. We got the stream back. Having some technical difficulty, but it seems like we got them resolved.
Just really,
Alex C. Holm points out in chat that if John had played Wove or Wive, like I recommended, they would not have actually blocked caseload or baseload as a triple triple. They still would have fit, just with multiple overlaps. They would have scored even more.
oh wow.
So that's funny. Try to block and give up even more points. Still trying to get word on whether that blank is a B or a C. For right now, I'm just going to assume it's a C. Caseload is the more common word and the more strategic play in my decision, or in my opinion, rather. So Jason's going to play Dozer here. That's a good way to score points as well and retain the S, which I think is important. Never really like holding onto a G. G is seen as one of the worst tiles in the game, but lots of points, hold the S. I think that's a reasonable decision for Jason. Yeah, we're working on getting the racks back. Jason, seems like John Karis has kind of been floating around the screen all game on top of the board for a little bit over on the side. But we'll try to get everything fixed for y'all shortly with our team on the back end. So, ooh, okay. So John had a really interesting decision to make there. AAGINOR. AGINR together is a great solid combination, but the extra two vowels, A and O, really mucks it up. So a lot of players would be tempted in this situation to make a play like HAO and ado, holding AGINR. The problem with the play like that on this board is you're likely going to draw a bingo ending in ING, and there's nowhere to put a bingo that ends in ING. So in many cases, ING can be sort of a trap. You got to think about, will it fit on this board or not? And John correctly sees, no, it's not going to fit on this board. Forget it. I'm just going to play all of these tiles off and go digging into that bag. What do you think about that play, Lisa? Would you have kept things tight and played HAO?
Um, yeah, I think I would have fished. I mean, he did have one. If it starts with a vowel, there's a spot for it. If it and it does fit parallel. I mean, a word potentially would fit if he keeps. Well, if he gets rid of the O, it's not so good. So I don't know. I mean, you're right. It's not as flexible there. But I don't know. I'm a lot fishier, I think. That
Yeah,
just
yeah.
again, those are pretty nice letters to be, playing off to like especially six letters. I don't like playing off six letters a lot of times because the odds are you could are more to play a few tiles and kind of hold on to the core of it again. But I don't know.
Decision. I think if I would make a play like John made, I would have played something like Agora instead to try to keep at least one consonant with my vowel. But Oring, makes some sense as well. Kind of does
No,
the
I
same.
agree. Like two synergistic consonants, and then keeping the in. I mean, or keeping that pair is good. I agree.
Yeah, yeah. But definitely a tricky decision and one that separates players and shows off the style that players prefer. Fishing, for those kind of new to the stream or new to tournament Scrabble, is a term for playing off just one, two tiles, keeping
And I,
some really good ones left on your rack in efforts to draw a seven-letter word next turn.
and I will say I played John, at the last nationals, at table one, whatever, live streamed or whatever, and he beat me, and I always have trouble with him for some reason. He just has a certain dynamism to his play that that can get me at times. So
Definitely, definitely. Yeah, John is one of those players too who seems to have my number as well. So, yeah, cool stuff. So BAA comes down. That seems very standard out of the vowels that Jason ended up drawing, or rather, John ended up drawing. And Jason going to knock out one of the two front hooks to ire. It takes both an F and a K. So he likes to play EFT and Fair, which I think makes a lot of sense given that he had three T's and a bunch of other things. And John just can't get out of these vowels. See, that's one of the dangers of making a play like O-ring. Both of the blanks are already out. Those are generally seen as the good stuff. JQXZ, already out. Again, those are good stuff. And I believe two of the S's, well, to John, one S is unseen. So there's not a lot of good stuff left in the bag. And John has found a lot of bad stuff in the bag instead. Just a lot of garbage vowels that don't score a lot of points and don't do a lot of good things for him. Um, but plays like O-ring can go one of two ways. They score you points now, whereas fishing doesn't necessarily do that. And if you draw good stuff after you score points now, it's very tough to beat you. This is going to be tricky for John. Too many O's to do anything good. Looey to the Y exists. Oleo plays next to EFT or on top of EFT, depending on if he wants to be aggressive or tight. I expect maybe we see Oleo and left, but I don't know. This is a tricky turn, and I wouldn't be surprised to see John spend some time here. If I'm John, I want to play really quickly because I see Jason's already down to 6 minutes, but this is a really important turn, and I think it warrants taking some extra time. And if you're John too, you're not going to score very well this turn. You're already down 43 points. And after Oleo, which only scores 15, it's Jason's turn, and you're still down nearly 30. You can expect to be down about 60 after that. So you have to start thinking, what do I need to do to get back into this game? Ooh, Alex Seaholm in chat points out the very nice Noel right underneath Leary, making Lo, Rami, Ramie, and Jarl, Jarl, all together. It is going to keep 3 vowels, but that scores so well that it's got to be worth making. That is a tricky spot to notice. That is a very nice play. Well spotted, Alec. Alex Seaholm is a former national champion himself, and he's showing off why right now in the chat. Now, Lisa, I know you tend to be a fish-oriented player, and you would probably prefer the more balanced leave after Oleo, A-N-O, to the 3 vowel leave after Noel. Which would you choose here?
I think in that he's so far, he's getting kind of far behind. So in that case, I think you gotta take the points. But
yeah, it's tough. There's a 13-point difference. Oleo is 15. Noel is 28. If I counted that right. But yeah, 13 points is a lot in a tight game like this. So even if John spots Noel, which again is a tricky word to spot, which one should he make? There's still a decision to be made beyond just spotting the plays. Quackle, which is an engine that runs simulations on Scrabble boards, Monte Carlo style, prefers Oleo very slightly by about a point to a point and a half over Noel. But to me, in my head, when Quackle prefers something by a point or a point and a half, it's a stylistic decision more than it is this play is better than that play. Lisa, looking at Jason's rack as a response, do you see a bingo in those letters? I don't think there's one. There's some 8 possibilities, but there's not a 7, right?
I don't think so.
It looks unfamiliar to me, so yeah, I don't think he'll be able to bingo. And it looks like John electing to go with Alone, which is a similar play to Oleo, but a little bit different. John may be looking at the unseen tile distribution. 32 tiles are unseen to him, and just 9 of them are vowels. So he has to be a little baffled, like, how do I keep drawing vowels? There's almost no vowels left. And at some point, there will be no vowels left. So I think a play like Alone actually makes a little bit more sense looking at the unseen distribution. So holding on to OA is not nearly as dangerous as it seems. Jason is going to come back quickly. Again, he's very low on time. With Caught, he's still keeping things tight, but he's holding on to both an S and an L to backhook BAA, which is going to help him maybe get another bingo down. If he does get another bingo down, it's close to game over, especially down there on a tight board. And John incredibly draws 2 more vowels. So things are going to get really consonant heavy near the end of this one. But BIIOOKV. Oof.
Mm.
So right away, I see Tank and KOB stands out. But if you're John, there are what, three unseen S's now. You can't make a play like that. You almost have to assume Jason must have one. We finally got confirmation from Albany. The blank is a C, so caseload, not baseload, is down. Although now it's sort of a moot point, but caseload is the triple triple. And if you're John and you really want to open things up, KOB maybe is a decent play. But if you're worried about the S hook, it also takes an O, KOBO. And that's important for two reasons. One, if you play it, you're holding on to a second O. Two, you can just play Kobo right now. That way the S hook is less dangerous. And what are the odds your opponent triple triples through an O in the sixth spot? Oh, wait, it already happened this game. So maybe a little
That
PTSD
was
for
like
John.
I was playing earlier.
That's actually very funny.
Yeah.
But wow. So Kobo to me just stands out. It scores so well. A Colo is a similar version, but again, to John, there's only 7 vowels left in the bag, and those vowels are E E I U U. So he has the case O for Kobo, although again, 3 S's unseen. But you're really worried about the vowels in this situation and drawing more yourself. I'm just unable to see anything that doesn't play like a KO word. There's koi, there's cob, there's kobo, there's colo. Maybe I think that's good in TWL. But there's not much else. There's nowhere to score with the letters John has on this board. KOI and LI underneath Leary if you really want to, if you're terrified of a triple triple or a triple word play, but you're down 43 points. You can't play scared when you're down 43 points. You just have to hope your opponent doesn't have certain things, and you have to hope to outdraw your opponent for the rest of the game. One other option maybe is OIK at the top, making KA if you want to open up a triple triple and be very aggressive, but with so many consonants unseen, you're not going to catch Jason with a rack full of vowels. That play is almost certainly going to backfire on you, as it would here. So John is going to play in the spot. KOB coming down, and it looks like he's thinking about putting the O on the end, but he's not going to. So 3 unseen S's, but with the letters he has and the deficit he has, maybe he needs to make that play. I think in this situation I would have gone ahead and put the O down, but it's definitely a tricky decision here, and one that seems like it's going to backfire as Jason has both flights and fights, Fyttes or Flytes, and cobs. So 3 unseen S's. Your opponent's probably going to have one of them, and that is indeed exactly what happened here. What would you have done with that last play, Lisa? Cobb, Kobo, something else?
Yeah. Um, I think I would have played. I think I would have played Kobo and just hope for the best. But but knowing the S's were out, I probably wouldn't play. I probably wouldn't play Cobb because it's just too easy.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. So Jason, I'm going to play Fyttes over Flytes. That looks a little bit strange. Generally, people think of the T as a better tile than an L, but unseen in the bag to Jason are 2 T's and 0 L's. So there's no chance he doubles up on the L's, and there's a good chance he would double up on a T. So he's going to like to make that play here for reasons that make perfect sense once you know the unseen distribution. I don't know how John just drew more vowels, but he did. So this is getting crazy, and Jason could be in some serious consonant trouble.
Wow.
Yes, there they are. Yikes. Oh. So if I'm in John's situation there, I start grumbling under my breath like, "What? More vowels? Are you kidding me?" And then I look at my tracking sheet and my eyes get real big because now I realize actually I'm in good shape here. So John sets down Uri, Ourie, in the same spot that Noel would have played earlier, but I wouldn't make that play here. The vowels are going to be extremely important, as there are only 4 left in the bag. And so maybe you want to consider holding on to some of those. The other drawback to Uri is if Jason has even one vowel, he's going to crush you with the 4 overlapping that O, 4-letter word on the triple word, and that's essentially game over. As Uri doesn't score super well, Jason would get about 40, and you're left in a bingo or die situation on a board that won't have too many bingo opportunities. And we have the luxury of knowing that Jason has no vowels at all right now, but John doesn't know that. So he's going to have to figure out how aggressive he wants to be or how aggressive he needs to be out of this situation. I know John's had that last letter covered up for a while, but it is Eiiouruv for John, and unseen to John, CGIILNNRSSTTUW. So actually only 3 unseen vowels, 2 I's and a U, and that's it from John's perspective. Players in Scrabble do track the tiles as they're played. It is not only legal, it is something everybody does. You cross them off. It's the same 100 tiles every game. So players have a pretty good idea of what is unseen. And at the end of the game, players should know exactly what you have on your rack. The fear in John's situation right now is that the bingo line at the very bottom of the board, making EF or IF, gets blocked. But with what's unseen, that doesn't happen very often. And if it does, it's going to take a significant sacrifice and it's going to cause Jason to play off one of his vowels in most cases. He could also do something like TRY or WRY if he has exactly those tiles, which we know he does. But you have to assume that lane's going to take some sacrifices to block and may actually sit there for a turn or two. EIIORUV doesn't seem bingo prone, but if you know you're probably going to draw 2 consonants on your next pull, all of a sudden EIORV doesn't look like a terrible leave, or EIIRV. So actually some reasonable merit to trying to maybe open another bingo line and fish. A play like OUT to the T and left could work out very well for him if Jason has 7 consonants, as we know he does. And when you're losing like this, you need luck to get back into the game. So you have to try to figure out, like, what's the best case scenario for me? How desperate am I? How much do I need to gamble? What are you thinking, Lisa? Both players are low on time, but what would you do if you were John?
Well, I probably want to get rid of one of the eyes, and maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he could bingo with like if he kept Uri and played off the VI somewhere.Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, this is
He needs
really
to hold
hard.
on. He needs to hold on to the E, obviously, and then but he probably needs to unduplicate the I. If he draws one, then he. I mean, I'm sure he'd be unduplicate whatever he does. I'm sure he'll unduplicate them, but like something like Uri, like keeping Uri, like he was going to play Uri, or maybe keeping Uri and playing VI somewhere or something. Maybe would be
Yeah,
better.
yeah. Man, this is a difficult turn, and you can see now why Scrabble players use all 25 of those minutes sometimes. Uh,
It's kind of like the best of the worst, that he's trying
yes.
to.
Jason also in some time trouble, so we're going to see some letters flying near the end of this game. If I had to make a prediction, some very quick turns where we won't get the chance to adequately analyze them, and the players won't be either. They'll just kind of be shooting from the hip on a couple of these late game moves. I think John exchanged IIU here, and I was actually getting close to that point in my head myself. Like, what else is there to do? John must be looking at the tracking, know that there's 2 I's left, so he got rid of both of his. He's going to pull one back. How on earth? John must be so confused. He just drew 2 of the 3 vowels left in the bag. So that's crucial for him to know now. Jason cannot have more than 1 vowel, but John just put 2 back in the bag. John just put 3 back in the bag. So, yikes. I don't know. I in that situation, if I'm going to get rid of 2 vowels, I think I would have played OUT and just prayed my opponent didn't have anything good. Jason, I think in part because of the time trouble, in part because of the 7 consonants, needs to make a play quickly here. He's going to play WREN. He has a few more points in GREW, but I think he wants to undouble his N's as there's more unseen to him. And Jason just barely misses a bingo. He has out Vire, which is invalid. There are no 7s in that rack. Some 8s available, but not on this board. And Jason crucially draws one of the vowels that John just threw back. That is a godsend for him, and may be the deciding factor in this game. I'm just sitting here holding my breath. I don't know what John's going to do. I don't know what he could do to try to win the game at this point. If he plays off just the O, he can draw into Virtues or Stewiver or Reviewist, but those aren't going to fit on top of FYTTES unless he opens a lane. So if he makes a play like just OY and then draws an R, then Reviewist will fit, or Virtues will fit with Toy or Soy. But otherwise, not much that he can do in this situation. You got to be looking at what's in the bag, what bingos for you. There is an N. Ooh, so if he fishes the O, he can also draw Venturi, Venturi, with one of the 2 unseen N's. And we'll try to get the tracking up, or the unseen pool on the screen for y'all as well. I'll throw it in the YouTube chat right now, but it is CGIIILNNSSTU. CGIIILNNSSTU. So several things will hit for John. He's going to do something clever as well. He's going to play Love and try to set up an S that he doesn't have. Now, again, we have the luxury of knowing that Jason has it, but that creates a second bingo line. So Jason can't really block both of them at the same time. John down to 55 seconds. He's drawing into a very solid EIN or EIORT, and he will pick up routine. So if you're Jason here, John just faked you out. John plays Love, makes it look like he's setting up an S hook, and he's not. And he's actually drawn routine down at the bottom. I don't know that routine is going to be enough points, but if Jason empties the bag, routine would be an out bingo. So Jason not going to empty the bag. He's going to drop a Gog quickly, and John going to throw down routine almost immediately as well. That'll empty the bag. And Jason probably needs to draw a vowel here to win, and he draws 2. So that means John, I believe, is going to reach in there and pick up only consonants. And we'll get into an in-game situation where both players are very low on time. John down to 38 seconds. Wow. We'll get the score updated in just a moment as well for y'all. We're several turns behind. But we'll GI needs to be added, and then routine as well. Yes. So our correct score popping up now, it is Jason 389 to John 379. Jason with a 10-point lead, and it is his turn. And John with just one tile has the S. So it was very key for Jason in that situation not to empty the bag, not to play at least 3 tiles. And jars or dozers are possibilities for John to play that S, but Jason just needs to score, about 10 or 15 points. John's rack is indeed just S.
And quads and sweep too.
Oh, wow, quads and sweep. Yeah, wow. That's a lot. Okay, this is a little bit tighter. But there are still several wins for Jason. They're tricky to spot. Clint's, I believe, at the bottom does it with LUV, but the best end game is actually Clit at the very top, on top of a lone, making cleft, lone, in, and TE. It looks like Jason has now set it up. I think he sees it. A few other plays win. Silicon down through the O in routine barely does win. Just playing quads and sweep yourself also wins, which is really funny. Take it away from your opponent. Or Clitz at the bottom is going to win by 2 if he doesn't want to play Clint's, which would win by a few more points, by 5. Jason does, in a time crunch, spot the correct end game. Clit. John will plunk his S down, and Jason is going to hold on to win this one by just a smidge. Wow. We were hoping for fireworks and close games, Lisa, and that's what we got. So you're winning.
And tough decisions to make during
Lots of tricky decisions at the end there. Jason, I think, showed off why he's a crafty and clever player, as I was talking about. Cleverly did not empty the bag, gambled that he was probably going to draw at least 1 vowel after GI, because if he didn't, that means John had 5, and John wasn't going to bingo, and did exactly what he needed to do to sneak it out. But wow, what a game. 417 to 410 with the triple. Really cool stuff here from the early bird of the Word Cup in Albany, New York. Our next game, we're going to have Neurazis, who goes by Saint often, and John Shreve here on board 1 for y'all. I imagine since this game went down to the wire, and there's going to be a little post-mortem as well, maybe even a recount. Oh, I think they're recounting. Yeah, we'll get that next game started probably right after this one. I imagine the next players are already on board and ready to go. But wow, what a game. What a game. Jason with the patented pull out my phone right away and look up words on Ulu because I'm not sure if they were good or not. Me, every game I play.
It looked like John was pointing out where he could have put the O there on the cob.
Yeah. You can hear the post-game banter without actually hearing the post-game banter. I was setting up my O, and I just had to hope you didn't have an S, and you did. Yeah. For those new to the stream or new to the channel, smash that subscribe button. Let's Play Scrabble will be featuring all 5 days of Scrabble from Albany, New York. Today is the early bird and the first 3 games of the main event, and the next 4 days will have 7 games a day of the main event as well. Lots of I think it's 8 games actually. 8 games for 3 days and then 4 games on the last day, something like that. But lots of Scrabble on this channel. Hit that subscribe button. And even after the tournament, more content will be coming from this channel, streaming, casual games, other tournaments. If you like Scrabble, this is the place to be. I'm Matt Canick, again, joined by Lisa Odom, who herself has won this tournament in the past. And we'll be doing commentary today that we have a team of rotating commentators coming through and doing other games and other analysis for y'all as well. Lisa, which year did you win this event?
I don't even remember what year it was. Isn't that terrible? I don't know.
Time
I,
is a flat circle in the
I
pandemic.
just yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. I just remember Ron Tiekert actually was my main competition, and I had to play him on the last day, and I won, I lost, and I tied, and it was good enough to do it. But
Wow,
yeah, it
tight stuff.
yeah
Win a
it
loss
was.
and a tie.
I was just wondering though, when he played overhand, could he have played hand over, and then it would have changed the game because it wouldn't put the O up there? But I couldn't. I wasn't sure now if hand over put the did that go to the double word too? Because then that would have been safer.
Handover was one short of the double
It was
word,
one
so that's
short. I'm thinking,
fireworks. The other play was veranda. I hinted at it, but left it unsolved for chat. Veranda,
oh, well,
Verandah, as an eight would have played without giving up the triple triple, which maybe in hindsight John regrets.
right,
um,
right.
but yeah, one small miss can sometimes come back to burn you. We just got word that we are going to take a quick break before we bring you the next game. Again, the next game is going to be John Shreve versus Noras's Vestapunt, or Saint, as he goes by on the scene. And we'll be back in just a few. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you all in a few minutes.
Okay. I know.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out with us over the intermission. We're receiving word now that we are just about to get ready for our next game. Again, that's going to be John Shreve versus Saint. John, I believe, hails from Colorado, and Saint from Bay Area. So, first match was Jason from Montreal and John Karis from New Mexico, Arizona area. I don't remember where he's at right now. He's moved a couple times. And now we've got Colorado and Bay Area on board as well. Ori Swift, who I'm sure we'll see at some point today, hails from Texas, which is also where I'm from. So I got a lot of history with him. And Winter hails from everywhere, just kind of a little bit nomadic. So Winter all over the place. We've got a lot of different geography.
Yeah, John Karis was originally from San Jose, and he moved to he lives in the Albuquerque area now.
It looks like the players are seated and ready to go. John coming in with a record of 0-1 from his first game, and Saint at 1-0. I think we'll get those ratings updated for y'all in just a moment. So those are the ratings of our previous players, and we'll be underway shortly. While we're paused, Lisa, I want to talk about how difficult it is to play on stream. I think we saw a very good game from each of the players in round one, but definitely playing on stream can get into your head at times. I know you've been streamed before. Tell us about your experiences.
Well, yeah, like the most recent time was at last year's nationals, and yeah, like the tiles were so difficult. That particular instance, the tiles were so difficult, and it's hard enough, when you're playing those racks without anyone else watching, and it's like I would try to clean up the rack, and there'd just be a new problem, and I just never could ease into like a flow like that, like you like to see in a game, and yeah, it's hard because you're wondering if you're and literally there's people annotating, so they see what you're doing, and of course you're wondering what they're you're wondering what what they're thinking, what are they seeing something that that you've missed. So yeah, it's tough. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
the California Open is another tournament where I've been annotated, a few times, and I don't know, maybe I don't play as well when I'm being streamed because I'm just kind of recollecting, how many times that I've had some really tough times. I seem to have these particularly tough racks when but maybe it's is it the chicken or the egg? I don't know.
Right. In a way, it's kind of gratifying too. Like, hey, everybody can see that I drew garbage. It's not just me. I'm not making stuff up. It's actually garbage, right? But speaking of garbage, John has exactly the opposite. His first three tiles, ER blank, and you know that's going to be a good omen for the game. And it gets even better from there.
Oh, nice.
DEEIRS blank. Just a wealth of riches there. Probably 30 or 40 bingos available to him. And in this situation, you're kind of left with the decision of, do I want to sit here for 6 minutes and make sure I play the best bingo, or should I just save the time and put something down? Two things for John to consider here. One, I'd like to put the D on the double letter. And two, if possible, I'd like to avoid slotting vowels next to the double letters to let my opponent overlap. Now, John's going to do something clever here. He's going to make that a V, I believe. Derives. We'll get confirmation again from the team in Albany, as we've got two mysterious blanks. But if that's a V, there's no way his opponent, Saint, can just drop three tiles on top and crush both of those double letter scores. So he's guaranteeing one for himself and one for Saint. I guess you also want to think about the extra letter. If you make the blank a letter that's not already on the board, it's possible that that could be the letter that Saint needs to bingo. But a V typically isn't that letter, so that makes sense as well. Looks like he's actually
Yeah.
made the blank a D. So he is indeed worried about doubling up those floating tiles and doesn't give Saint anything but DEIRS to bingo through. It's a gamble, and in this case, it looks like it's going to work at least to a certain degree because Saint doesn't have any high scoring letters to crush that spot, but he does have a bingo. If I see his rack correctly, he'll at least have narrates in ARRATES through one of the E's. I'm not seeing any other bingos here. Do you spot anything, Lisa?
I don't see anything. No.
Yeah, no, just two bingos out of this rack. One is narrates. There is a second eight. It doesn't play because the floater he needs is not there. But the blank on that one would be a W. I'll let y'all learn about that real quick or figure that
Yeah.
one out for those viewers at home. But those are the only two. Oh wow! And I think we have a I'm on stream and I'm nervous moment there as narrates was missed. It's tough sometimes to play on stream. It's tough sometimes to notice those words if you don't see it right away. I know for me these high probability bingos don't pop into my rack or pop into my brain. But that is a tough miss. Narrates and instead he's going to hold ARST and stuck scoring just 9 points out of that as well. And the extra whammy is he leaves all of the double letters available for John, though John doesn't really have anything to hit back either. Looks like he's set up a DATO, which he could play underneath derides. That blank is a D. And that would really tighten up this board. It make it very difficult for Saint to get anything going on the top half of the board. And nursing a 59-point lead, that's exactly what you want to do. Muck things up, tighten the board. It looks like a very solid play to me. And there it goes. So unless Saint has the X and hits an SOX play, Dato looks like a solid play. And you assume he didn't have the X last turn after he plays ran for 9. You assume he's holding something exactly like ARST or something similar. What did Saint draw? Oh man, more A's. AAA, FRST. And I think that blocked a bingo. Yeah, that blocked a bingo.
Oh, right.
2 8s available again to Saint out of this rack. One of them threw that I, Ratafias, Ratafias. And the other one was Haftaras, Haftaras. So that's a bummer for Saint. Didn't see narrates, but Ratafias is a hard one to miss just because there's 3 A's in it. Like there's only so many things that you could even make out of those. But instead, he's going to be faced with another tricky decision. He'd really love to get rid of at least 2 A's here, but there's not a great way I'm seeing to do that. And incredibly for John, he's now 6 of those 7 floaters are completely blocked, and the 7th is mostly obscured, but John has drawn a bingo to it anyway. He's drawn Snoutier. So unless Saint blocks Snoutier, John is going to bingo next turn, although perilously opening up another triple. What's the worst that could happen? Well, we saw that last game. You can see Saint has found Haftaras now. Obviously no spot for it, but That doesn't mean he's not going to set it up on his rack anyway. One thing he could do is play FAR down to the R in derides. Of course, I say that as a commentator, knowing it would block a bingo, but also it would set up the afar front hook that he certainly has. He'd be holding two A's. He could also play afar and get rid of two of his A's at the same time, open up a double-double lane, but that's pretty easy for John to just come back and block. Far is a little bit trickier. Unless John has his own A, he's not going to be able to block that. And with two A's already played and three more on Saint's rack, there's not very many A's left in a very, very big unseen pool. So I would play far and try to set myself up here, but a far also makes some sense. And aside from that, I don't see anything reasonable. Sofa. Oh, sofa is pretty good as well. Kind of the same idea. You set up your S, but it also gets blocked. So far is indeed what Saint's going to do. It'd be very difficult for him to draw triple A's again. And A8RST is actually surprisingly prone and going to open him up to possibilities for a high-scoring double-double. John has to be a little bit annoyed that Snoutier got blocked. Wait, you're losing and you blocked my bingo? What? How does that work? But such is Scrabble. If I'm John, I would play FOU like yesterday. FOU for 6 points. It's clear my opponent is setting up an A. EINST is a really solid leave. My opponent's going to continue trying to open the board. I would play FOU yesterday, block stuff up, and hold a really solid leave. There may be some high-scoring double-doubles through the EN, but just FOU looks so good.
Yes. I don't think he's going to stop Saint from bingoing if Saint sees his bingo, but we'll see.
John was probably not expecting to have to think on this turn. He was expecting to get to play Snoutier, no brainer. Saint does draw a double-double. He draws Barytas, BarYtas, which is killer. It would score a ton of points, and that gets thwacked right away by John. So FOU does indeed come down. EINST, again, a very, very, very strong leave. And that has to be a bummer for Saint, as his high scoring play is blocked. Now, there's nothing wrong with playing Bay for 35 or so and holding ARST, but man, Barytas would have been very good for him, over 100 points, like 105.
Yeah, well, couldn't he just play Bran and Barytas? I mean, isn't that?
Oh, yes. Yeah, Bran is there. I totally whiffed that spot. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's why I said he wouldn't be able to stop him, but he isn't seeing it. I assume he's not seeing it because he didn't.
Yeah, probably just didn't see it then. All right, tricky turn for John. This looks like a bingo rack, but it is not. It's close. It's hitmen and an S, but there are no sevens here. But that does. I would sit here and think about it for a long time. I think there's one. I think there's one. Ultimately, I think he's probably going to want to knock out the dabs spot and, if possible, the front hooks to Ran at the same time. So a play like Hemins makes sense, Hemins, and dabs. Ironically, that's not going to stop Saint from bingoing. Saint's trying to restage and Gran. But that's probably what I would do, and then be like, oh, go figure, I didn't actually block it. Tricky turn for John. Lisa, what do you think here?
Wow. I'm not even sure what I would do.
Yeah, this is hard. I mean, a play like HEM underneath ran is a pretty solid one. That makes good sense. Um, you can just drop
Cool.
HM and hold EINST again. That makes a lot of sense as well. Play
Um,
HM on top of FOU. You can play Hemans and Dabs. Oh man.
I like the humans and dabs. It takes the bingo lines off the board, and he's already ahead, and we'll just consolidate a little bit, and it'll make it hard for Narassus. So I think that's a pretty solid play, humans.
Yeah, yeah, it knocks a lot of
When
spots
you're
out all
really
at the
giving
same
him,
time.
yeah, that's smart. It's a little painful, but smart.
Yeah, yeah, you hate to blow up a rack like that. You want to keep those letters together, but there's not a lot of spots to bingo, and that's the way you wanted things to be.
Yep.
So, you know, Met is what he's going to play. So he's going to smash the gas pedal in a sense. Score a lot of points now, still hold good letters, and open the board up. So spread matters quite a bit, the differential in your wins losses, and especially in a short little 5-game tournament like this, spread is very often the decider. So when you are winning, sometimes you want to win by as much as you possibly can, and Meth is definitely the play to do that. Although it does allow your opponent back into the game a little bit more often. Maybe it lowers your win percentage, but could potentially increase the amount you win by on average. So now we're going to have a decision. Saint's got many spots to play his bingos. He's got Gates and Dabs. He's got Restage and Emu or Restage and Mets. Yeah, I would probably play Restage and Mets just because it continues to keep the board open, which I think is what I want to do in this situation. But, sometimes you just pick the bingo that scores the most points. Do you have a preference, Lisa?
Um, I, I think, yeah, I think I would do restage and just take those points. I just was wondering, he could have done and kept Stein, which would have been the leave, right? If he had done it up at the top of the board too. I was just going back a turn too, but
Yeah, yeah, no, I thought HM, if you want to be really aggressive and hold the bingo tiles again, like HM makes some sense and kind of tightens things up, but it also sets up SHO as a front hook. But maybe you want to do that. I don't know. It's tough. You're winning, but you've got the bingo prone tiles. Do you fish? Do you
right.
score a bunch? Do you block? It's so hard to make these philosophical decisions, especially this early in a game. Ooh,
Yeah,
nice. I
that
didn't
was
notice that one.
fun.
So Gates with 4 overlaps plays on top. That's fun. And it's going to be
Very nice.
tough to count. 74, I think. All right, cool. And just like that, we've got a game. Jumping out to me right away, Gates now opens up a spot for like HOW or HOY, making ETH and SHO. Either one of those plays is going to keep pretty well, either yins or wins as a leave and score like 35 points or so. You can also play underneath Gates, like HOW or something that would set up your S, which is nice. There's a lot of possible things to do here. HOW or HOY open the board up, but now you're not winning anymore. You've just given a bingo back. So I think that's not a big concern. Between HOW and HOY, do you have a preference, Lisa?
Not not overly.
Yeah. WINS and YINS are roughly the same in my head in terms of leave. I think Quackle has them about 0.6 points apart. So in that case, it's less about which one's better and more about which one's better on this board with the letters available to me. And I think I'm inclined to prefer the W on this board just because of the EW under Ergates.
Okay.
But yeah, neither one is particularly enticing. He can also play WHY underneath. Oh no, on top of Ergates, but I think HOW is the play. It's worth pointing out it does take a back E as well as a back F. So those are some hooks as well. And Saint does have two E's. So he'll probably be able to come back and score some points in that spot. Something like creme, CREME, or a similar word. But that's a nice way to play out of that rack and score a lot of points for John, and a pretty standard play, I think, as well. A Crenel, CRENEL, making either HOWE or HOWL, kind of jumps out to me as the best play. I'd play it with HOWE because you get the L on the double letter, score slightly better. But that's, or CREME is kind of the same play. You just end up holding LN instead of an M. I always like holding letters that score if I'm not going to be keeping bingo prone tiles. But there's certainly merit to different things. So he's going to play something similar. Merle, MERL, holding CEN. And that's reasonable as well. CEN, a very stable leave. And that's probably something you want to do. RAN does not take a front C. It only takes a B and a G. So the C not super powerful on this board. It is a good bingo tile, but on a board with no bingo lanes without an S, you wonder how much that matters.
Oh, now I can. Okay. I was having a little trouble, but I can see there. Okay.
Oh man, Saint picks QXB. Wow. Okay. Woof. It's QBOX. So that's going to be fun to watch him try to work out of. Box or Cox underneath Ergates is going to help him score a bunch with that X. But I think that Q is going to be really difficult for him to do anything with on this board. And oof, there goes the spot for him to play the X. So now that's going to be really killer. He could drop the Q and make QI right now for 11, hold BCENOX. Or, that's tough. Cox or Box still plays next to Merle for points. But the Q is just going to be a big bummer for him. Lisa, what do you think? Should he drop the Q or should he score points with the X?
I'd probably just take the points first, and then
I think so as well.
Maybe draw something that could help the Q.
Yeah, and specifically, I would play Cox over Box because Box gives back easy three-letter overlaps. Although Box would also give back QI if you draw it, and the spot stays available. I'd still play Cox there. I think most people would, and that's what Saint chose to do as well.
Yeah, because there aren't many great scoring spots, and that would be a magnet. I mean, that area would be going to immediately go there if it was available. I think.
Yeah.
So with John's rack.
Oof. AAIINSW. So something like Wayne's and Dabs is available, but that S is very powerful now with the Howls hook and the Dabs hook available. I don't want to burn it unless I have a good reason to. I kind of like Rawin, RAWIN, but that's really dangerous as it could give back a 4-tile overlap for like 50 or 60 points. I don't know if that's what you want to do on a tight board like this. Wayne and Yin, YEN makes some sense too. though it does take the front T as well as, I believe, a front S.
Yeah.
So you're setting yourself up, but also setting up your opponent. That is what he's going to do, which is a good way to get rid of WAI on that rack, kind of what you have to do on that turn. Sets up the S, and he'll be happy to know that Saint has neither an S nor a T to hit the spot back. And this is tough. Yeah, this is that Q is going to be big trouble, even with the U that he clutchly pulled. There's nothing to do with it. And it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon either. Oh my goodness, there is one disgusting play here. Oh, Petanque, Petanque, through ETA is a really filthy way to get rid of the Q. I would never in a million years see that, but wow, cool.
Isn't it a game or some kind of game? I think
It might be. I don't know. We'll check that real quick. Yeah, it is a sport, like a bowling sport, similar to bocce. Okay, neat. So Saint didn't actually hit his clock. He put down PENNE and thought about it for a while, looked at it, and decided he doesn't like it. Now, PEN scores a little bit better, but sets up the O front hook that he doesn't have. But then Wayne is already there, setting up an S and a T that he doesn't have. So, it's tough. Tight boards are tough, especially when you don't have any of the stuff you need to go on them, and you've got the Q on top of that. If he holds QUEN, he can draw queen or queen on top of city. So that's something. But what were you going to say, Lisa? Sorry.
Yeah. It's like kind of tougher because he's got the U on his rack. If he didn't have the U, then he would probably just exchange and keep the N or something. You know what I mean? Like this is like, yeah, it's harder with the Q makes it a little more. The Q with the U makes it more tantalizing to hold on to the Q. So.
Yeah. There's also Niqab, Niqab, through the disconnected IA. But that's tough to see. You've got the Q. You want to put the U with it, right? And that's actually not what you're going to do if you find Niqab. I think that's the play if you're not going to see Petanque.
That's definitely the play.
Yeah. But that's tricky to spot as well. Poor Saint, he's had a difficult game in terms of like just the degree of difficulties of different plays, like burritas, whatever that word is. That's really hard to spot. You have to study a lot to know that. Petanque is the best play, but that's not there either. He's had a lot of difficult turns, and this is another one of them. Especially Niqab, I think, is a hard play to spot. So he'll play pin here, hold the QUN. Which I think is reasonable if you don't spot either of the disgusting Q plays. And we'll see what he's able to draw and how long that Q serves as a Trojan horse on his rack. John set up his S, but drew a T, and he's going to get to unload very nicely with Tiki for 32. And let's check out that pull for Saint. ETA. Okay, good. So he's going to draw QUEAN on top of city. It's going to give back a lot on a tight board, but it's a good way to score and unload the Q. He's also drawn banquet with no spot. Woof. That's tough.
Yep.
And he is going to play queen. Okay, so queen coming down, tons of points. If you can't play Banquet, at least play Queen. Finally
Yes,
got to unload
an
that
app,
queue. A sigh of relief,
yes,
and
an
just hope you don't get
appetizer instead
burned
of a
too badly by John.
cute.
Yeah, John's rack has gone down currently, so we don't know what John's going to have, but at least he doesn't have like a no-brainer bingo. Oh, he's actually blocking it with his arm. Okay. Well, hopefully we get to see it soon. While we wait, not able to do analysis on a rack we can't see, this is the second early bird to the Word Cup held in Albany, New York over the weekend of July 4th and July 1st for our Canadians out there. This is the early bird, round 2. We'll be doing all 5 rounds of the second early bird as well as the first 3 games of the main event today. Commentating is me, Matt Canick, joined alongside a woman who has won this tournament before, Lisa Odom. We're happy to have you all here. All 5 days of action are going to be on this channel, Let's Play Scrabble. If you haven't subscribed yet and you like Scrabble, I'd hit that button and follow the channel because there's a lot of good Scrabble action. We do have John's rack back, AEERSUZ. To me, Azure makes a lot of sense up top, but you also want to look and see if you can find a ZA play. Something like ZEE scores a little bit better. And Azure is what he's going to do. That makes a lot of sense. Keep that S, which is still huge on this board, and score a lot of points in the process. BDEGLOT for Saint. You can tell he's a little frustrated that maybe gobleted doesn't fit. Nothing's going to fit on this board unless it starts with an S, though. I guess some disgusting underlaps underneath PEN are possible as well. But if you're Saint, you don't have a lot of you're not particularly compelled to try to score or try to open this board as you're actually leading by 13. Oh, chat pointed out John had Ursats last turn for 77 too. Wow. Oof. That's tough to see. I don't think I would have seen that. Holding the U? No, he didn't have that. He had AEERSUZ. Ursats wasn't there. Ursats was not there. This is a tough turn. Do I open the board? Do I keep it tight? Do I cash in the dang hook? Or am I worried about that getting back hooked as well? How do I score points? How do I balance my rack? Lots of things to think about. And these are the turns where I just don't know that I have an answer. So DANE is a phony. John holds it, and it looks like it is going to get challenged. And I think Saint, he's just picking it back up. They're not even going to the computer. So, oof. I said it before. I'll say it again. Playing on stream is very hard, and everything goes out the window very quickly. But he tries Godet with Dane, well spotted, except that Dane is no good. And that play comes back off. A good challenge by John. And it's back to John's turn, up 29. And now it is his turn as well. Refill, refuel, both play from the R and set up the S that he has. He knows a good part of Saint's rack now as well. But I don't open the board if I'm John. I have the S. I like the way I feel. There is one more S unseen to me, but until he draws it or shows me he has it, I'm content just keeping things tight, keeping things closed, and riding the storm. Ooh, this is this is a hard turn. Um, Definitely on a position like this, you want to start looking at the unseen pool, what you have available, what you might draw, and that helps you decide what you want to keep as well. Willful, Wilful, plays down from the W, which is weird and tough to spot, but it's a good way to clean up all of this stuff on your rack. I'd never see that in a million years. Oh, man, yeah, just not a lot of good options on a board that is tight by design. My kryptonite in Scrabble too is when I know a good part of my opponent's rack, or all of it even, because then I think extra hard and get in my own head. I know he has DEGOT. I don't want to open a spot for him to put those down. But Dang is there, and now I'm really scared about a play like Dang and God holding ET. Tricky position. What are you thinking here, Lisa?
That's what I'm thinking.
Exactly. Yeah, my thoughts
Yeah,
exactly. It puts you
it's
on the
like
spot because I see nothing.
yeah, spinning your wheels, like trying to like desperately looking for something that looks reasonable. So
Hey, refill, refuel make some sense, but you just don't want to
yeah,
open the board up. And there's a situation where do I take equity? Do I do what Quackle says and do the play that gives me the most points over time? Or do I play the game? Do I keep it tight? Wow. Wow. Tricky turn.
yeah. Saves the interior.
So he's going to keep things tight, just score some points. Kiff scores 14, holds ELLSU. I don't like those double L's at all, but I didn't see any plays that were good. So eventually you do just have to put some tiles on the board and hit the clock. And I think that's kind of what happened there with John. And wow, clutch. Before he covered it up, he drew ELLOSU blank. So O blank is the pull. And that's going to be huge as he's now pulled the second blank in this game. It's really going to limit any kind of options for Saint to get back in this game. Sellout plays with howls. Soluble as well plays with howls. Or you can underlap glob. That's the more conducive of the two bingo lines. And you can actually obscure both of them if you make a play like outsell. But then that's going to open up another bingo line underneath BO. So John's got to do some anagramming, find some bingos in this rack, and then decide which bingo he wants to play. Sellout or soluble with howls, or a play underneath glob. So sellout plays there as well. Probably also going to spend a little bit of time looking for nice underlaps underneath glob, making dangs. Those would be bingos that score 90 instead. But it looks like he's just going to throw down soluble. That's the spot I would play it into, I think. Howl is going to be hard to hit. There's only one unseen S, and you need to pull a 7 starting with an S to hit it. So, and it's blockable too. Coxa is a word. And so I like what he chose to do here, kind of muck up the bottom, those nice bingo lines there, and play a word that I believe doesn't take any hooks. I don't think soluble takes an S or anything like that.
It's a nice play.
Oh, it does. It does take an S. Well, woof.
Oh my god. Back to the books.
All right. Jeez. Oh man, and John pulls Ivory, which is going to fit right underneath soluble. We said he tried to obscure the board, and instead he set up a bingo line that he can play in. So when it rains, it pours. He did pull both blanks, and now he's pulled another bingo out of the bag. But at the same time, I think he's played a solid game from a strategic position and just kept things tight and crushed the spots when his opponent opened up. We know that there's not much hope for Saint, but Saint doesn't quite know that yet. We know John's got a great rack, but Saint has to hope he doesn't and try to do something clever to get back into this game. Ponged at the bottom underneath soluble scores well, making OSE and BOD. That blocks some bingo lines, but kind of opens some other ones. And you really just have to pray and hope that you draw that last S now. There are 13 unseen to Saint at this time. And so 13 unseen, really you're going to get one more chance to draw bingo, 6 in the bag. Ponged would empty it. That would, your opponent would know exactly your rack, and you basically have to draw bingo in both spots. Unseen pool to Saint, I'll drop it in the chat on YouTube as well. ADEIIIJNORSVV. And of course, you know that your opponent has a random rack out of those tiles because they just bingoed, drew 7 fresh ones. Generally, in an in-game situation, I always assume my opponent has good tiles because people tend to keep better leaves over worse ones, but not in this instance. No, he could have anything. Now, we know he has Ivoried, and we can also deduce what's in the bag from there. But Saint trying to do all of this with the 5 minutes he has remaining. I might do something like opted over ponged. Opted is going to leave 1 in the bag and make it a little tougher for my opponent, but it's also going to give me a lot of options to draw that S. It's going to hold NG together with 3 unseen I's. And maybe I draw like, I don't know. I don't even see it in there in that unseen pool, but Searing or something. You're just going to have to get lucky and score points. You're down 95. You need points now and a bingo next turn. If you are truly desperate, you make a play like Pong on top of Soluble, making PE, throw that G right there in the triple line and say, all right, John, I'm coming for it. I know you're going to block it, and then maybe I bingo underneath Soluble and go out with my ED that I'm holding on to. But I don't even think a bingo would win in most cases after that. Pong scores so little, scores just 11 points. So Saint would still be down by 84. John would probably get at least 20, 25 blocking the G, and then an out bingo underneath Soluble is probably only going to be 80. So it wouldn't quite be enough to win the game unless it's like a J bingo that he draws, or if John ends up pulling the J out of the bag and you bingo out catching him with it. It could work. I don't know. It could also get you triple back on. I think I'd play opted here. I want to leave 1 in the bag. I want to try to draw the S and give myself a bunch of chances. And hey, if I know solubles, and I'm not sure Saint does, I'm not sure John does, I know I didn't. But in this situation, you just have to be desperate and hope it's good. I think I'd play opted here. Or toped is basically the same exact play. Yes, here it comes. So I think the right mix of keeping some tiles, not playing off 6 all at the same time, and going for that S and scoring some points. Good play, and we'll see if it pays off for him. It does indeed block Ivory as well. So John probably a little unhappy about that. And there's the pull AN or AGINNSV. So I don't believe that's going to bingo. And it's going to be John's game. But John doesn't know that. Unseen to John, though, is that rec plus the J, which is funnily in the bag. So AGINNSV plus J. Put that in chat as well. You can't get bingoed out on. There's no bingos unseen, although I'm not 100% sure of that. Maybe like veinings or something is good. I want to make sure I don't allow my opponent a chance to play that as a desperation bingo. You also have to make sure you don't get stuck with the J here. Quackle Simulation seems to like fishing an eye. Why? I guess because you can draw divisor. I'm not sure I understand that. Oh, I think this is a Collins. Yeah, this is a Collins simulation though, so I bet there's other bingos. Okay. Yeah, if you're John, assuming John is tracked right, you have to be feeling very good about this game. There's always this mind game at the end of a game of Scrabble, though. Am I certain I tracked correctly? How confident am I? Because if I'm even one tile off, AGINSV, AGINNS, like, oh, there could definitely be bingos there. Whatever John does, he has to make sure he doesn't end up eating a J here. And he wants to make very sure he doesn't get bingoed out on. We know that's not the case. It can't happen. But it's tough. It's tough to be very, very sure. So he's gonna take things extra safe. Play Wyvern, block that E just in case there was something he wasn't totally sure of that fit there. That makes a ton of sense, and he's gonna get surprised by the J. Is it possible he could eat it? I just see JO on top of opted. Oh no, there's Jut with Queen. Okay, so he has at least 2 spots to play the J as well. He won't eat the J, and he'll go on to win. I don't know if Saint's going to try some desperation bingo. I don't even see like what you could attempt snaving, or sometimes you just kind of roll over and lose.
So was there any bingo he could have had, or no?
Not that I saw.
With what was left, there was okay. He'll just go out with saving, I guess, on the next time.
Okay, he's going to block Jut, force John to play Joe at the bottom, and he'll saving, pun not intended, but well done, Saint. And saving and Howls is going to be the outplay. I guess John could block it if he really wanted to, but not without giving saving back in another way. And then he'd end up eating the J too. Oh, Dojo is also there. Yeah, Jo or Dojo, either one. Another tight game. Saint did a good job of not staying or not being totally out of it. You know, giving himself more chances. He didn't draw any blanks this game. He did have a couple big bingo misses at the beginning, but some of those were uh, tough finds. Oh, I see a Van sets up Vigs and Vang next turn, so that's kind of cute. But we don't want to do that. No, no. John's going to go out in two. He's got Dojo. If John finds Dojo, John's going to go out in two. And there's Dojo. So yeah, we should just go out with saving, and that'll be the end of this one. Neat game. That first rack, Deeirs blank. Again, some players would spend 7 or 8 minutes. Some would make the play John did and try not to give a second, an additional floater, make it a D. Some would make it a V and try to keep things tight and defensive. Lots of stuff to talk about this turn, but we're 2 for 2 now on kind of tight, mucked up boards here on board one, and games that really do come down to the end. So Saint going out with saving for a bunch of points, and that's going to be the final in this one, 388 to 330. John's win. That'll push John up to 1-1 and knock Saint down to 1-1. We'll get word for you guys on who's coming up next shortly, but I'd imagine just a short intermission before we get that game going because we're 2 for 2 now on games going down to the wire and down to the last couple minutes on board one. Once again, this is Matt Canick, joined by Lisa Odom. This is the early bird tournament, or the second early bird tournament for the Word Cup, held by the Word Game Players Organization in Albany, New York. Main event starts tonight. We'll have the first 3 games tonight on stream here at Let's Play Scrabble. And if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, hit that subscribe button. The entire tournament's going to be here for you on Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube. We'll cut it to a quick break and be back in just a few moments, y'all. Don't go anywhere. All right. Well, for those of you who stuck around during the break, thank you, thank you. If you haven't already, subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel. Round 3 is coming up, featuring Ori Swift out of Beaumont, Texas area versus Saint from the Bay Area. Ori, if you saw him do his little walk-up strut wearing the patented Ori Swift Crocs, today they were about the same greenish hue as these tiles, but Ori's got plenty of them. His signature look. Ori tends to play very, very tight and defensive Scrabble, and we've already seen 2 tight closed boards, and we will see another tight board if I had to wager money on it. That's the way Ori likes to do things. So hopefully another good game of Scrabble for y'all. Lisa, do you have any experience playing against Ori?
I've played him. Nothing, like too memorable. But I know he's a very good player. Like I said, I watched him. I've watched him play, and I know he's very good. And then
Yeah, yeah.
I think I've had more experience playing Saint actually,
No
because I think going
experience?
to the California, no, more experience playing Saint. Going to the California Open, I used to go there pretty regularly, and that's one tournament he would tend to be at. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played Saint myself, and know very little about his game. But we'll see. Hopefully, get a good one for you. We're 2 for 2 on games that could have been decided in the last 2 or 3 turns, and that's all you can really ask for as you watch Scrabble. The last thing anybody wants is a blowout, except maybe the person on the giving end of the
Well,
blowout.
you do
Ori,
sometimes.
now,
I was going to say when it's this, when it's for all the marbles, like you do sometimes wish you have an easy gate time of it, but it is more exciting when it's a close one. So.
yeah, if you have a lot of brutal games all in a row, really tight ones, even if you're winning them, like your brain really starts to turn off after a while. It's just you can only think so much in a given day. And this tournament, there will be 8 games per day, not just the 7 featured at the
Wow.
North American Scrabble Players Championship. So 8 is a lot, and we'll see if fatigue is a factor later on once the main event begins. Saint pulls first, and he does draw the Z or Z for our Canadians out there. AABDEUZ. Abad, AUBADE, jumps out as an option. You could try to be clever and set up the Z with your A, set up a ZA spot, or you could make a smaller play and play the Z with something like Zebu or ADZ. He's going to do something a little bit different from all of that. BAAED. I definitely think that's an inferior play to Abad, but Abad is a tough play to spot. I just don't like holding that U with the Z.
I agree.
Ori has to be very upset that he didn't draw an O for Volost, the only acceptable word in Volost Scrabble, but he's very happy that he got an E instead, because that's going to give him solvents, about the only way to know SSTV. And Abad would have given that up too, but maybe a smaller Z play wouldn't have. And I mean, that's always the danger with floating several tiles out there. You never know which one your opponent might need to bingo. And I've looked into this, and it's about 2.5 to 3% increase in your opponent's bingo chance per nice letter that you put out there. The letters in Stainer, the good ones like that. So that is indeed what happened here. Tough rack for Saint now, and I mean this again kind of goes back to holding the U, but even holding a U, it's cruel to draw a second one, and that's what's happened here. EEILUUZ, and that's really tough. Not a good way to get out of this rack, as far as I can tell. Unless I'm missing something. Do you see anything that jumps out to you in this turn, Lisa?
Nothing jumping.
Yeah. Ouzel, Ouzel, from the O in Solvents, is going to throw this board open, which you don't need to start thinking about at this juncture, but you might want to think about. Otherwise, Ulu's Lulu to get rid of those U's and try to cash the Z for
Mm.
later. He'll play lose, Lieus, to the S and solvents on top, which gets rid of some of the 5 vowels that he has. But 2 turns in a row now, he's holding on to UZ. I wonder if he sees some synergy there, if he likes those tiles together, or if it's just kind of the way it's shaken out for him.
Mm.
Ori pulls the second V, as well as a bunch of other junk. ELNPUVW. Oh man, that's tough as well. Not not a lot of great stuff either. LUVS will keep things good and closed the way Ori likes, but definitely ways to score more points. Although I'm not seeing anything super lucrative. Definitely, if you're Ori, you want to get rid of UV if possible, or at least 2 of UVW. Unwept to the T allows him to get rid of some of those. That's kind of a that's really the only way I see to get rid of a lot of this stuff all at once. VULN is another play similar to LUV or VULNS. And Saint, with that UZ, this time gets a much better draw than last turn. He'll pick up a blank and the F that does synergize very nicely with those. Unfrozen would be a possibility if he can get an N or an O. But I don't think he'll be getting one of those from Ori. Again, Ori not the type of player to open the board up for you, especially not with the lead. Yeah, Volns is a very Ori play. I think he's strongly considering it VULNS. Score 16 points, but you're not going to get too much more out of a rack like this, and you don't want to open the board up for your opponent, and you do want to get rid of that U. So I think that makes a lot of sense. And we'll see what Saint does here. Furs makes like FURZE through the U in Volns is there. Fuse FUZE making BE. Opens a triple line while holding a blank, which is cool. Fuse through the E and lose does the same thing. I don't know if you want to open a triple line, but you are losing and you do have a blank, and Fuse would hold NR blank. That's a very lucrative leave. And it might make Ori's head explode. Ori doesn't like open boards. So all of that, I think, is a good rationale or good reason to play Fuse. But he's going to keep it tight as well. He's going to try to beat Ori at his own game and just dump Fez, F-E-Z, holding ENRU blank, which to me is a bingo or die leave. It bingos a lot, but if you don't bingo, you die. If you draw vowels or something. I would have liked to get rid of the U there, but 3 turns in a row, Saint has hold on to a U, and we'll see if it works out for him. EEFPTW blank for Ori. So both players now with the blank on their rack, and I don't think either player is going to be able to bingo. We'll see what Saint draws, but he, at least the first turn, couldn't. FEW underneath bod is fine if there's not a bingo to play. FLEW does the same thing, but scores 2 fewer points. Otherwise, I don't think there's much else to do here.
Mm.
We're seeing some banter in the chat about who likes open versus closed boards. I have a strong preference towards closed boards, but your mileage may certainly vary. Depends on how much you like to bingo and how much you like to block. Ori does eventually drop FEW down. Not really a reason to spend a lot of time. You're probably not bingoing with FPW together. And Saint's drawn into impure blank or purine blank. So I believe that gives him plunkier. Let's see. Chat points out turnpike from the T as well. So some options for Saint. If you're not sure on plunky or turnpike is a more common word that you might be able to, that he should be able to anagram or find. But those are actually going to be the only two bingos, plunkier and turnpike, available to Saint. So we'll see. Turnpike is going to throw things wide open, and Ori will almost certainly bingo back after either one of them, as he's on a pretty great rack himself. It looks like our score widget isn't working. Thanks for pointing that out, chat. Right now, it's Ori 104, Saint 62. And we'll work on seeing what's going on behind the scenes, why that hasn't updated. But Ori 104, Saint 62, as it's Saint's turn with the bingo. To be totally honest, I'm not sure I'd see either of these bingos. I think I'd see plunkier and be like, that's not a word, that's ridiculous. And I think I'd whiff on turnpike. You don't often think to bingo from a T. It's just not the best one, especially not to go TU. So I think I'd whiff both in this situation. But there's a reason I'm not at this tournament. It's because I'm not good at Scrabble. If you're not going to bingo, I think there's a clear number 2 play, and that's PIU underneath Volns. But Saint's definitely going to take his time, try not to miss a bingo in this rack. He actually drew a blank this game, and hopefully he can use it effectively.
Kept the U again.
Wow, just PI. He's not going to put the U down. So 4 turns in a row. Yeah, Lisa, 4 turns in a row he's held on to this U. Wow, interesting. Very interesting. And he'll pick up a Y and an M to go with it. Ugh. Ori with parters and praters and some other stuff as well. I'm sure he's thinking about what he can do to keep things as tight as possible, as his second bingo of the game will put him ahead by nearly 100 points. And you really don't want to give much back. Saint definitely kind of showing his hand now, F blank Z pretty quickly. Either implies a bunch of consonants or I've got some bingo prone stuff, and then PI, almost certainly I'm in range of a bingo. So Ori doesn't want to give a lot back with something like operator from the O. That's his highest scoring bingo, but you don't want to give that many floaters to an opponent who is definitely fishing for a bingo. So I'd be looking to bingo with lip, and if I can find a word that doesn't take an S, I would try to play that. Praters, Praters, doesn't take an S, but it strings an S out there. And in terms of the floaters you can make available to your opponent, that's probably the worst one. So Ori's probably going to take some time and then reluctantly have to play trappers or operators or praters or something at the bottom. Yeah, okay, so operator is what he's going to go with, highest scoring bingo. And you just kind of cross your fingers and hope you don't get hit with an S bingo back after operator.
I do see that at least there's a bingo through the R that he has. Probably has a bunch of different bingos.
Ooh, EMNR.
Not through the R.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice. So yeah, he'll have bingos through the R, from the A in operator as well. And if the T were in a different spot, he'd have some fun ones, ferminty or fruminty, but not quite there for him. Yeah, aneurysm can be spelled ISM or YSM. That's what comes down from the A.
Well, that's pretty.
And then through the R, numerary is what you're seeing, right, Lisa?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Which
So
usually I
Saint
see that
definitely
more with
bingoes
super.
this.
So,
Go ahead.
oh no, I said numerary. I always think supernumerary. That's where when you see that word.
Oh, I'm learning a lot of words looking up this rec. Eryngium, Eryngium, would be really cool if there were a G or an I available to him. But it looks like he's just got numerary and aneurysm this turn. Of course, again, we know that he doesn't. He's going to spend some time and try to find the best bingo here and make sure there's not a cool one through the T that doubles the M or the Y. Also worth considering, maybe he shouldn't actually bingo here. Is Murry good? Yeah, Murry goes to IES as well. That scores really well. Scores 36 and holds EN blank. So that might even be better than playing a bingo. I think it is better than numerary just because of how much numerary gives back. Although, again, playing numerary on a player like Ori might make his head explode as you open up a triple triple and another very lucrative triple spot at the same time. So, man, I don't know. This is tough. Aneurysm, numerary, Murray. I see a lot of credence to all plays being good. So he plays Mary. He's holding the U again. This is 5 straight turns holding a U. I can see not being sure on Murray. I was unsure of it myself. It is. I don't think you can justify though playing Mary over the bingos here. So likely a miss. Again, playing on stream is incredibly hard, and I'll never knock a player for missing anything on stream because it makes your head explode. But another turn holding the U for Saint, an AINOUY blank this turn. That's the danger with the U is there are just so many bad tiles to go with it. A V, a U, a W, I's, another U. All of those are death sentences with the U, and it's just a terrible tile. I see in chat, never gonna give you up. I feel a little Rickroll action for our people at home. Hope that made you laugh. That's a good one. Thanks, Adam. This rack looks like it should bingo through a T. This rack definitely looks like it should bingo through a T. It doesn't, but I would spend a lot of time, and then I'd start looking through the R, and I'd spend a lot of time as well. Like it just looks like one should be there. It looks like incredibly Saint is setting up Yoni, which would play underneath Voln, making Upo and Len, which would hold the U for the 6th consecutive turn. I'm getting tired of looking at U's here, but maybe not him, or maybe he's just like missing the plays that help him get rid of it. I'm not sure. Yep, Yoni comes down, holding the U again. Maybe he just wants an enormous Q bingo. I'm gonna will it. He's gonna pull the U right here and hit like Aquaria for 105. Mary, I'm calling it.
Okay.
And Ori with 3 eyes, not too much that he can do back. Origin, or can you play Inia somewhere? Ugh. Aioli through the L, but Ori would never do that in this situation.
You could do a T. A TG.
Oh yeah, ATIGI. That's a pretty good one. It creates a lot of bingo lines for easy bingos, um,
True.
but I'm not sure. Auto body and outboard for Saint through the T. Um, but a T, however you say that word, that would block both of them. As does this play here, Agio. Um, yep, yep. So once again, no bingo for Saint. Let's see if he holds on to the U again. What do you do if you're not bingoing out of this rack? Adobo holding U blank. I think he's trolling us. 7 turns holding the U, 7 consecutive turns.
Wow.
Woof. Woof. I'm willing this Q bingo. It's gonna happen. He's gonna bingo with the Q for 100. Or maybe he'll draw the J and crush that spot for 100. Or maybe he'll draw shunned. Okay.
Is that what he has shunned?
Yeah. Ori ACIINOU. I don't. Yeah, I think shunned is going to get to come down at least underneath Yoni's, making IS. It's going to be a low scoring bingo, but it'll be something. A neat play to clear this rack for Ori is Avionic through the V and Solvent. Yeah, holding the U is not ideal, but it knocks out some of those floaters, the R and the A. Oh, it looks like he's seen it, starts to play it, and then is holding back on it. Maybe he doesn't want to hold a U. He could just plunk the C and make Yonic. That would block the bingo, but just such a crazy play otherwise that, unless you're listening to the stream with earbuds, I don't think you do that.
Yeah, he's going back. Well,
He sets it down again and picks it up again. Scrabble's hard, man. Scrabble's very hard. Toucan from the C or from the T, that doesn't quite block the H or block the O in adobo, and H plays that come down. He'd need a 7 to go there. Also, maybe think about playing Kauri, Cauri, through the I and operator. It's going to score 15, get rid of the U. But finally, he is going to play Avionic. I think he might have been caught up on whether or not it, especially if you're on a tight board and you're a closed board player. So, he'd hate to open up a possibility where he can get beaten with exactly a play like that and have to think about holding. And he's probably sighing under his breath right now. We're pleased to see, though, that it did end up working for Saint. He did, in fact, get to bingo with his U. It only took 8 turns to get there. But persistence, right? And Ori, ironically, also holding a U. Let's see how that works out for him this game. I love the chat. Saint declares the blank a U. Aeeit into Ori's U. Not good.
Mhm.
Urinate through the disconnected RN, or urinite or taurine or any of those anagrams.
Yeah, Tori.
I don't think you want to open more bingo lines like that if you're Ori, though. Although you're only up 8 in a turn right now, and this turn's not going to be a good one for you. It was neat to see Saint play Shunned immediately on Avionic. Like, was he confident that Avionics was good, or was he just trying to score the points and playing quickly to feign confidence? If he was certain it was good, then a nice show of word knowledge there. And if he wasn't, then nice show of a cojones there.
I bet he knew it. That's my guess.
Um, but I just don't see too much. Taurine gives back less than some of the other plays. Taurine doesn't kind of string the lanes open. Though I wonder how much you're concerned about that. This is basically a neutral game. You're up by 8. You're going to score almost nothing this turn, and your opponent's probably going to score some decent points. So it's essentially tied. Looking at the unseen pool, though, Ori should see there's only EEEIIOOO left. So he can't double up A's if he plays on 1. He can't triple up on A's no matter what if he holds both and makes a play like uterine instead. Etui also holds 2 A's, but not as big a concern with knowing there are no A's left in the bag. Although the Q and the X are both unseen, so Etui sets both of those up, and I don't think you want to do that in this situation. I think I'd probably play Taurine here, but I wouldn't feel good about it, and I wouldn't feel good about anything. Also, possible to consider that this is the last U, and the Q is unseen. So otherwise, I don't see a lot of good spots to play QI, and the Q is going to be a big Trojan horse for whoever ends up pulling it, as Saint hoarded all the U's. Actually, he only had 2. He just had a U on every rack because it was the same one. This is tough. You don't want to get caught up with the Q. You don't want to set up the Q. You need to score some points, but you can't score any points. I wonder if Ori might make a play like EAT next to Shunned, making EN, AN, and TE, because looking at the pool, front hook it, make 8 or Ute, and crush that spot next turn. The only way your opponent can hit that spot is if they have the one unseen U. Oh, wait, no, there's no unseen U's. It's EEEIIOOO. So EAT sets up that spot that is essentially yours. That's actually pretty cool. But Ori going to play urinate here instead, play the long play, get rid of a bunch of these vowels, and draw some consonants in what is a very consonant-heavy pool. I like EAT. I think that could have been really cool, despite holding 4 vowels. I'm not worried about drawing more because there's so many consonants left. I'd have played Eat there and seen if it worked. Oh, that would have been cool. Saint, what do you do? Desk next to Shunned scores 37, but strings a K out in the triple-triple line. You're not so worried about a triple-triple, but even a big play on a tight board in a tight game is big. you score so well, but then your opponent scores well back. You can play LEEK through the E and shunned as well. That'll be 26, but give your opponent a easy plays down from the K. Don't see too much else good. Yeah, he's going to play leak kind of quick here. And time's probably going to be a big factor in this game. If it's not a Q stick situation, then it's going to be a tight end game, and you're going to need time to figure it out. Ori's dodged the Q. I believe that's a J and a G on his rack. AEGJRRT. And not going to have a lot of good plays in this situation either. Jolter through the L, maybe. JEU down to the U scores well, but Unseen Pool, again, pretty consonant heavy. I'll put the Unseen Pool to Ori in chat here. CDEEGGHIIOOQRSSTTX. So only 6 vowels for Ori to be drawing into. And if you play JE together, you're going to end up in trouble pretty often. So I'd be looking maybe to play one more. KART is okay, except, man, that Q is really, really scary. Another merit to JEU is you're only playing 2 tiles, and it limits your chance of drawing the Q. I truly think this game's going to come down to who draws the Q, and they're just going to lose. So JEU has merit to that, or for that. And I think that's partially what Ori's thinking here. Oh, he didn't have Jolter. He didn't have an O. He had a G. Okay, so JEU. That makes a lot of sense. Ori is going to draw 2 more consonants, as we sort of predicted. And now it's Saint's turn. DOORSTX. The pool looks a lot scarier if you're Saint, but there's not a ton of bingo lines. ACEEGGHIIOQRRSTT. You got to be thinking about bingos, especially if your opponent's played a JEU. Now, we know Ori's nowhere close, but Saint probably sees satire in there a couple times and is like, oh, yikes, I'm scared. Oxo next to urinate, TOEX, as he overlaps, is going to score pretty well for Saint. And he's seeing some vowels available to him. We know the pool's almost all vowels, but really everybody should be thinking, both of them should be thinking about the Q. And what am I going to do if I draw it? And what is my opponent going to do if they draw it? No U's, 2 I's, 1 A, 1 T, and that's it. Yikes. Do you see anything else for the Q, Lisa? All I see is like QI and LI with LIEUS.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much else either.
Yeah, this is tight. This is dicey. Don't draw the Q, I think is going to be this game. Ori could maybe afford it if he's able to score very well for the rest of the game. He might be able to survive a stick, but even then I don't think so. So Saint wisely only playing 2 tiles as well. Cox is going to do the right mix of keeping good letters and also scoring some points. Let's see in chat, are there letters for clique and sync, CINQ? No, there are no N's left. Saint does draw vowels into the vowel-heavy pool. He's going to have steroid editors, all that stuff underneath Yoni. Which is rough. But if Ori plays a clique play, he might be able to block it. TACH would block that, but that looks like such a bad play with the Q out. You know, you can't be worried about bingos necessarily if the Q is unseen. And I wonder if Ori's got the points on his rack to survive if a bingo, if he's able to stick Saint with the Q afterwards. Yeah, bingoing for Saint might lose. What a wild game. TACH. I mean, I don't like that it plays 4 tiles, but do like that it blocks editors. But again, Ori can't. Ori can't know his opponent has editors on his rack right now. Oh, and Tac doesn't actually block it, does it? Yeah, Tac takes an S, so it doesn't even block it. It just makes it score a lot more. Yikes. Well, Ori's going to play it. Saint's got to know, does Tac take an E, S, or both? And then he's got to avoid drawing the Q and a big, end game for Ori. If Ori draws the Q here, it's definitely game over. I think even if Saint doesn't decide to pull the trigger on TACHS. GTI. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
The Q. And only 3 in the bag now. So Ori's just dead. Game over. GG. Or I might see Ori challenge TACS unless he's 100% sure, just because he knows this is the game. And Ori too is a player who plays for win percentage far, far more than spread, but he's probably pretty confident. I don't see Saint drawing, so I'd imagine Ori's holding him here. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. Don't draw the Q. Jerry, I love that in chat. Jerry says the lesson from this game is keep the U on your rack. Oh, that's funny. Wow. What a tough break for Ori. He does his best to block the board and just has the worst case scenario come out. I guess you can play Yonick and Sig and see what happens after that. Saint has drawn OES. So Saint's going to be going out. Ori's probably just got to. Ori challenges, which I would do the same thing unless you are 100% sure on TACHS. So he'll challenge, he'll lose the challenge, and Saint's going to go out somewhere and win this game. But wow, back and forwards, and came down to this huge draw into DORST and this awful Q pull. I think Ori would win the game after editors if he didn't draw the Q. And yeah, Saint's going to go out for 19, get a bazillion points on Ori's game. And this is going to look almost like a blowout, like a 100-point game after catching the points from Ori's rack. But really back and forwards. And I think it was Ori's game to lose until that terrible, terrible break at the end for him. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's Scrabble.
That's Scrabble. That's Scrabble, all right. Yeah. Man. Never going to give you up. All right. This tournament brought to you by Rick Astley. Speaking of this tournament, this is the early bird of the Word Cup hosted by WGPO, or the Word Game Players Association. The entire Word Cup, as well as the rest of this early bird, will be streamed right here on Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube. If you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and subscribe. We will be here for the next 4 days doing exactly what we're doing right now. We'll have a rotating team of commentators coming through. Today it's Matt Canick, joined by former champion of Word Cup, Lisa Odom, and we'll have some other goodies for you, Heather McCall and Jared Capel coming up, as well as I think a few others. So we'll keep y'all posted on that. But make sure you hit the like button. If you're interested in getting into competitive Scrabble, wordgameplayers.org is where you can find information about this tournament and other tournaments they put on. And we've got 2 games left in this early bird. Ori's going to drop to 2-1. Saint's going to go up to 2-1. And we'll try to get more information about the next match on board 1 for y'all shortly. With that, we're going to cut to another quick break. Don't go anywhere. It'll be a very quick break, and we will be back with more Scrabble action in just a few minutes. All right, we are back and live with round 4 of the second early bird of the WIGPO Word Cup held in Albany, New York. We are doing all 5 games of the early bird today in NWL, as well as 3 games of the main event tonight, all here on Let's Play Scrabble. I'm Matt Kanik, joined here by Lisa Odom, and we will get action underway. We've got Ori Swift, who we just saw lose a tough one to Saints to drop to 2-1, versus Ian Weinstein, who is an uncharacteristic 0-3. But as I like to think of it, hey, if you're going to have some bad luck and bad draws as a 2,000 rated player, might as well do them in the early bird and not the main event, which starts tonight. So we've got some action coming back to you, and Ian going to be going first here, drawing his tiles. AAFNRZ and an O. So that looked like a pretty clear Zarf rack until that O, and that O kind of mucked things up. Because if you play Zarf, all of a sudden now you're holding AFO, which is not super hot. Azo sets up Azon. There's some merit to that. You also retain an A to play underneath Azo next turn. So I might play Azo with the A on the star out of this rack. Lisa, what are your thoughts here?
I like Azo.
Yeah, Azo seems to make some sense once you consider what it does for you, given the leave you have. Zarf, I just don't like the way it holds 2 vowels and 1 consonant. I am going to do something a little bit different and play Azon instead of Azo, holding ARF. And play is going to pass to Ori, who's got just a beautiful opening rack, EEILST blank. And that seems to be how things go. When you're 0-3, your opponent opens with EEILST blank. Another tough break, and I'm sure there have been many today for Ian if a player of his caliber is 0-3 in this event so far. So Ori's got, dealer's choice of bingos. We've seen this situation once before. Do I just pick something? Do I think really, really hard about, finding the very best one? How long do I want to spend on a rack this good? Or he probably wants to find a bingo that doesn't take an S, or bingos down with Azons. Something like sterile will keep the board nice and tight and not allow any back hooks, but you don't want to give your opponent a floating R if you can avoid it. So we'll see. I'd prefer to play a bingo starting with S and going down, just because I think that'll muck up the board the most when you're taking a 50-point lead. But a 50-point lead on turn 1 is almost nothing in Scrabble. So, it could be a bunch of different stuff here. Tellies, Tellies, also makes some sense with Azons, just to give your opponent double Ls. Don't see any bingos down from the O, but that'd be something you'd like to do as well. Don't see any bingos through the Z, but I think you want to make an Azons play here no matter what. It looks like Tellies is coming down, and we'll watch Ian's face as he blankly stares at his opponent bingoing with EEILST blank after he's 0-3. Yep, I've been there. We've all been there before at one point or another, and you just kind of keep going on and trying to make good words. AABFFOR for Ian. Double Fs actually have a surprising amount of synergy together, just because AFF, OFF, they're generally words that are going to fit and score a bunch when they do. So he can play AFF right next to Tellies, making if and F. That makes some sense. It kind of opens up the right side of the board for him as well. I'm not seeing too much else. OAF in the same spot. Blaff through one of the L's maybe. But I play AFF here pretty quickly. ABOR is about as good as you're going to be able to hold in this situation. Don't muck up the board too much. Leave the E and the T on top for you. I think all of that makes sense. And oh my goodness, Ori draws EGILNT blank. All right. All right. It is just one of those days for Ian. Oh, geez. Okay. So Ori with two racks that I think practically every single Scrabble player who ever plays tournaments would bingo with on the first two turns. But that is a good turn of fortune after he had a very bad beat in round one. Scrabble giveth and Scrabble taketh away, as I'm sure everybody who's played this game before knows. Oh, one bingo for Ori scores 6 points better than anything else. I won't spoil it yet if those of you at home want to try to look for it. Um, that already is a little bit of a hint. Everything's going to score 72 except one bingo. Okay, I'm ready to spoil it now. You can smash the mute button if you don't want to hear me say it. The bingo is Gillnets, Gillnets, making NAFF. That is the only one that scores better than the rest. If you're not going to see Gillnets or not confident on NAF, I would probably play Greenlit out of this rack, GREENLIT, through the E in Tellies just to obscure that lane as much as possible without giving a hook back. So Gillnets or anything else out of this rack. But a hot start for Ori, both blanks, just beautiful, beautiful stem racks, and Ian sitting on 5 vowels as he's about to get bingoed on for the second straight turn. Oh, well, Lisa, we said we wanted some good games. This might not be one of them.
You one of them. I just like Ian. Hi, Ian.
You know, it's one of those you almost want to apologize to your opponent, but then it's like, well, you would do exactly the same to me. Neither one of us really wanted this, but I'll happily take it. Sorry, man. He does find Gillnets. Taking that extra minute did help him out. And it's 152 to 56 with Ian sitting on 5 Ls. I'd play Uzo, O-U-Z-O, holding A-B-I-R. I just don't see much else that makes sense. Uzo's going to open the board a little bit, set things up for an S, and you just kind of hope you get lucky, draw an S, and win. There we go, Ori. That's more like it. CDKJLRY. Now, ironically, Uzo would give Ori just the no-brainer joy for a bunch of points, but I don't know. I don't know what else Ian's going to do here. Obia, OBIA underneath Azons maybe gives back huge counterplays if Ori has, anything. But I just don't know what else. I don't see anything else that's good. Urbia on top of Gillnet scores 23, holds 0-0. Taboo, Taboo, sets up a ton of Tabur. Okay, neat. A good little way to get out of that garbage, holds OI. It's going to make it hard for Ori to block the T and the S in Gillnets for bingos coming down. And there's not actually a lot that could fit on top of Tabur to give Ori like high scoring plays back. So that's a decent idea as well, and it works out a lot better than Uzo would have. Although Jolty is still going to come down for Ori for a bunch, and I wouldn't be surprised if he spends more than like 20 more seconds here. Jolty is gotta be the play. We're Jackie, Jacky. I just don't know that you want to open the board. I'd play Jolty. That's what Ori does too. DCKR is a really nice leave on this board too. It scores a bunch of points. Lisa, do you have a preference between Jolty and Jackie?
Um, I would do Jolty because it doesn't give back anything really.
Yeah, yeah. I could see it going either way, but I don't know. Jolty is just so nice and defensive and kind of no brainer. INDEEIORV, not quite a bingo here, though he's finally getting stuff that plays a little bit nicer, that could potentially bingo at least next turn. So that's something. Quackle really loves fishing and O, making YO next to Jolty. Now, that's a play that sims well according to Quackle, because Quackle doesn't ever block that line unless it's the equity play, and Ori locks that line every time. So, the sims sometimes lie, and this is definitely a situation where the sim is not telling you the truth. I kind of like to play DEVI down to the I in Gillnet, just because putting that D on the top triple word square creates a bingo line for you to score 90. And it's one that's tough to block without sacrificing substantial points. So DEVI is the play you want to make. And if you're in IN situation down by about a gazillion points and you need a huge bingo to get back into the game. So that's what I would do. EIOR is not the best leave, but it scores a lot better. It sets the board up to a shape that you want. A similar-ish play is Void next or underneath Gillnets, but that takes the A and O front hooks, or you can block those a lot easier. So I really like DEVI here, both for short and long-term dynamism, I guess.
Looks like a good strategy there. Yeah. But Ori doesn't have any vowels, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, Ian can't know that, but it's going to be tough for Ori to respond to. Yeah, Ori probably looking at a play like Drank and licking his chops, like, that's such a good board closing play that clears up my rack too.
Yeah.
Don't really want to hold CG together, but no
Yeah, that
hooks, Ugh.
those two are two of my least favorite combos.
Maybe Crank just to avoid that, but Crank does take an S back hook. He has an S, but you don't want to set up hooks with the lead. I am doing something similar to Devi. He's going to play Derive instead, but it still dangerously slots that D there, which is exactly the kind of volatility he wants. I don't know that I'd be willing to give up a second E on that play, because you're going to probably hit that line with an ED. But, it scores substantially more, 6 more points. So I understand it. Though, again, with both blanks already out, tile turnover is not really your friend in this situation. Or he's going to play Grand, which is a similar play. It does take the back S, but it holds CKS. So Ori next turn is going to be able to crush that spot and likely close the board off with a Grand's play. So that gives Ian kind of one chance to respond and hit something big. And if not, I don't know. It is very important now that Ian put that D up at the top. Ori picks up 4 vowels. Wow. I don't think he was expecting that, but CKS is a strong enough leave that'll be able to weather it just fine. Ian has a couple good plays here of Vina, Vina, through the N and grand, or Vimina, Vimina, is another version of that is longer and scores just a little bit more. Either one of those I think looks pretty good. Vimina is going to open the board while scoring points. It leaves the grand hooks there. It leaves the D at the top there as well. And you've just got to try to score some points and work your way towards a bingo eventually if you want to claw back into this. So he's going to play Vina. Whether it's he saw Vimina and chose Vina or didn't see it, I'm not sure. But that's a totally reasonable play either way.
Do the kooks.
Yep. And Ori's plan, exactly as anticipated, crushes that grand spot and shuts off the bottom left side of the board almost entirely. It's going to take a bingo starting with S or T, or you can't do a blank F anymore, coming down from EF to get over there, or an aggressive opening play. Something like socks, I guess, would do the trick from the blank S, but it's going to take some work to get anywhere to the bottom or right side of this board now. I just can't catch a break. Picks up UY into what was already not, a superb leave. And yuck. When it rains, it really does pour in Scrabble. There's actually one possible 8. It won't play on this board because the right floater is not there. But if you want to test your bingo knowledge and flex it, you can try to figure out what Ian has. I did not know this word at all. But if you want a little puzzle, there you go. Someone, I'm sure, in chat will eventually spoil it. Maybe a play like MI underneath Cukes is going to open things up, create a bingo line. If you draw a P too, like you could crush that bingo line. If I'm Ori, I'm scared because last game everything turned south for me as soon as I drew the Q. And what just happened here? I feel like I'm in control. Oh no, there's the Q. Oh God, is my opponent going to bingo to the D now? We know that's not going to happen, but Scrabble's a mental game just as much as it is a everything else game, a word game and a puzzle game and all that. I am going to play Mir instead of MI, which is reasonable, just grabbing some more points. And that breaks up the rack where he could have played with the floating F fumitory, Fumitory, which is a plant. It is a noun. It doesn't look like one, but it is. So hopefully you learned something new from that. Ori has no way to get rid of the Q without exchanging, so I'm curious to see if he's going to try to play through this rack or if he's going to exchange. 2 U's have been played, 2 are still in the bag to help him get rid of it. He's got a cool play of OLE through the L in Gillnet, making ROE and VELA, which, I don't know, when you're in a situation like this, you want to try to play off more tiles if you're going to hold on to the Q because it increases the chances that you draw the U that you need to get rid of it. But OLE is about the best you're going to be able to do unless you play, I don't know. QIS and UMS. Oh, that's right. They added UMS. See, this is why I'm not playing. I don't know the new stuff. Okay. Well, that makes the turn a lot easier for Eli, or for Ori.
That's got to be frustrating for Ian too, not having the U, but the
Yeah,
end of the
not
name.
having the A for qua, not having the A for cot, not having the I for cheese. You could just play the I, QI, and then be like, God, I hope I draw an S before Ori does. Just create a ton of volatility in a game where you need a bunch of volatility. But you're playing one tile, your opponent has 7 and is probably going to play more tiles. It has a really good chance to have an S or draw an S before you. So I think what he did is fine. QI is definitely a rage play. Like I'm upset. Let me just try to get really lucky and win. But it's kind of cute too. And finally, Ian's going to have his bingo pan-tiled to the D. It's going to be a bunch of points. We'll see if Ori blocks it or if he leaves that spot alone. Again, the merit of a play like Derive or Devi up there at the top is that D is so hard to block. Or he does have a good play to block it, Moxie to the E. That might be his best play, even independent of the knowledge of Ian's rack. Epoxy to the Y is similar, but why play Epoxy when you can obscure the best bingo line on the board? Moxie does give back like huge overlap plays. Like it's easy to drop a 6 there for 45 or 50 points, but you're not worried about 45 or 50 if you're Ori, especially if you score 30 here. You're worried about 100 to the D. And the worst part about a bingo to the D is it creates another one of those big dangerous bingo lines where you can bingo down from the first tile. In this case, it'd be a P for another 100 points.
Catches a break. Yay.
All right, Epoxy comes down. Pantiled's going to come down very quickly from Ian. And hey, we might have a game on our hands yet. So nice job of Ian just kind of hanging in there, playing through the dreck, and eventually hitting the thing you need. I think Ori's got EHIMNRS, which would be Menhirs.
He's a
That's
W.
pretty cool. Oh, that's a W. Okay, that's not an R. So that's a not Menhirs and not such a fun rack.
Funner than Ian's rack, but yeah.
Yes, yeah. Sheesh, Ian just cannot catch a break. Now he wishes he had that U for qua or aqua, but no, or a T for cot, but no. Sheesh. Or he can score a bunch next to Epoxy. He can play. Ooh, okay. He could play HEW or something, or he can do
Be
that.
bold.
That's fun. I only see 2 S's on the board, and Ori only had 1. Is there an additional unseen S?
There's 3 S's on the board.
3 S's on the board. Okay, I'm just blind. Yeah, there it is. QIS. Okay, so Ori tries to set it up. Ian does what he have to do to block it. That was a cute play for sure, though. A nice try. And Ori's still going to have that Cades line for the rest of the game if he wants it. I don't think that's going anywhere anytime soon. Or he can just cash in 36 points. EHMNSTW is Ori's rack. So HEW still available next to Epoxy. Maybe some concern holding on to 4 consonants here. And I've lost my unseen pool, but we'll try to get that back.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like Ori's electing to play MEW, very similar play. Scores a little bit less, but I think that H is going to allow him more flexibility than the M would, and additional points. And it's better to hit the Cade's spot if he ends up drawing something like that. So I like that decision by Ori quite a bit. What do you do now if you're Ian? I mean, that P is still there to bingo down from. Ori wasn't able to block it with the tile he had. You've got to keep that open, and you've probably got to open something else too. There's not really a good way to open something without giving significant points back. So OAT is a good option next to mu, making emo, PEA, and OWT. It leaves that line open and makes it tougher for Ori to block it with a little parallel play down the 2 column. So that might be the move here for Ian. DEIO is not the best leave, but again, in an underdog position, you just kind of got to hope you get lucky and score points in the process. So Oat, I think, is a really good play for him. It is tough to spot, though, with EMO, OWT. Like, you don't expect a word like that to fit. Ian's just going to play a do, though, block that line, try to score a bunch, and I guess he's going to hope that Ori just has a bunch of garbage tiles, or maybe that he pulls a crazy bingo later on. I think that's a big missed opportunity for Ian, but grasping at straws in what's a tough game already. Ori hits Throngs back, and that's it. Got a bingo starting with the T. It just hasn't been Ian's day. When your opponent drops 2 blank bingos on the first 2 turns, hits you again later. He did what he had to do to fight into this game, and just wasn't there for him. As he has 6 vowels again, just so appropriate.
Yep. When it rains, it pours.
Yes, absolutely. Play ROUE from the R in Throngs for 5, and maybe Ori just forgets how to play Scrabble and it doesn't block the triple. Or AUNTIE. One of those situations, like, do I just lose or do I keep trying? I don't know. Again, in an early bird, I think spread's quite important. But Ori messaged me after the last game when he challenged TACHS and was like, I don't care about spread. It's an early bird, whatever. Ori sees the beautiful macabre, which comes from a Dickens book, I believe, which is hilarious for like a well-to-do woman, but doesn't have the M he needs. That's so nice, though. And thank you for showing it to us on stream. Ian thrown in the towel. EAU, yeah, makes sense. Just kind of save your spread at this point. I mean, 0-4, you're not getting prize money anyway, but whatever. Just make some words, get the game over with. Or he's probably just going to crush the box or cock spot. He's got to check the pool, though, make sure he's not giving any bingos back to Ian. Unseen to Ori is EHINOOTT. So it doesn't look like there's anything. Oh, that's disgusting. Crabwise played. Oh, and I unblocked it. Oh, sad day. We'll try to get a standings update for y'all on this early bird. We've got just one round to go. This victory is going to push Ori up to 3-1 and knock the 2 seed Ian down to 0-4. We'll see where everybody else is at. Ori just making Barrack. Any play wins the game. Just kind of take that spot, do something, score points, win. He's not going to get stuck with the W or anything. He's not going to let Ian bingo back. So, yep, good play. Score some points. I'm trying to find those standings. There we go. So through 3 rounds, 4 players were at 2-1. Saint, John Karis, Jason Lee, and Ori. We know that Ori is going to win to go up to 3-1, and I don't know what's happening in those other games or who is playing who. But it'll be a tight game because this is a straight round robin event, 5 games and 5 other people in your division. We're not going to have necessarily an exciting matchup, but we'll go through, do the math, figure out who's in first or what game has the most stakes on the line and try to bring that on stream for round 5, pending the results of the other games as well. A tough luck loss for Ian here, as we saw him just play through vowels almost the entire game. But the consolation is it's now. It's not the main event, the tournament with $60,000 in prizes. It's just an early bird. So that's nice.
Looks like Ian's still taking his time and thinking it through, even though, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and that's a nice thing for him to do. While he's out of contention in this tournament, spread's going to matter for everybody else at the top. He really should do his part, play the end game right. Ori, it appears that he's got just one out, WHEEN. And so Ian, probably wants to block that, go out in 2 if possible, and not mess up the rest of this because he's just thrown in the towel.
Exactly. Yeah. Very admirable. Yep.
Ironically, his best end-game play is the one that's very obvious, according to Quackle. Just play Hoot from the H. I don't think it's worth it to stop him from going out. You're not going to find an out in 2, according to the robots. So just play that. But good on Ian for taking his time and trying anyway. Or perhaps, we don't know what's going on in his head. Maybe he's sitting there with a sense of existential dread. What am I doing here at this tournament? I came all the way to Albany, and I'm 0-4. Will I ever win a game of Scrabble again? Just kidding. I'm sure he's not doing that. Well, I'm the only one through those, right?
You're the one who does that.
Shameless plug once again. If you have enjoyed watching the stream today, hit the subscribe button. We will have 4 additional days of Scrabble for y'all after today. If you haven't enjoyed the stream today, I don't know why you're still here, but hit the subscribe button anyway, because we'll have a different team of commentators on tomorrow. So if you're sick of me and my dumb voice, we'll have Jared Capel and Heather McCall doing commentary tomorrow. on the main event. This is the fourth game of a 5-game early bird right before the main event of the Word Cup, brought on by the Word Game Players Organization, or WGPO. If you want more information about playing Scrabble, go to letsplayscrabble.com or wordgameplayers.org, and you can find more information about Scrabble tournaments in your area, as well as this one going on right now, live standings, testimonials, and there's going to be a lot of nightlife as well. I've actually thought about, on days I'm not commentating, going down to Albany just to hang out. I'm in Philadelphia. It's about a 4-hour drive if you take the toll roads. And I've heard they're having a trivia night brought by Frank Tangretti. Those are always super fun. Frank is a great trivia master, lots of fun, and big teams too, to meet new folks or hang out with your friends. There's a karaoke. A lot of overlap between just very, very talented musicians and very talented Scrabble players. And there's a lot of other, just a ton of musical talent all across the board: saxophone, piano, vocals, guitar, you name it, it'll be there. So definitely going to be a great time for everybody at this tournament. And yeah, check out tournaments in your area, Word Game Players, or wordgameplayers.org. We will cut to a quick break as we wait for the rest of the standings to trickle out, and we'll try to get the highest stakes game on stream for y'all at the end of this one. Ori did not play Ween. He ended up dropping tiles elsewhere. Or he's thinking about dropping tiles elsewhere or something. Oh, how? Okay. That's what he does. And yeah, that's this one. Not too much to talk about. This is a standard, very boring bagging where one player gets really lucky early and it's never really interesting. And then when it gets interesting, it stops being interesting. But hopefully we get more action in the next one. We've had 3 out of 4 very good games today, and we'll have one more for you in the early bird, plus 3 in the main event starting tonight. Once again, I'm Matt Canick, joined by Lisa Odom, and we will be back in just a few minutes with more Scrabble. Don't go anywhere. Noah Slatkoff, who is virtually running Quackle and updating the score widget for us. So thanks to everybody putting this together. Thanks as well to Lisa for sharing her wisdom and expertise with us on stream all day today. If you aren't aware, Lisa Odom is the highest rated woman in North America, or I believe it's actually a tie right now at 1905. And there's one more nipping at your heels, 1 point behind, right, Lisa?
Yeah, I believe so. Though I hadn't looked for a while, so I'm a little surprised. But that because
Yeah. So,
I hadn't been playing, so that's yeah.
yeah, I believe that's what we've got right now. But just a wealth of wisdom from Lisa in any case, and a former champion of this Word Cup. $60,000 on the line in this tournament for the players. Not all for first place. It's going to be distributed across the divisions and across different prize places. But I believe it's 10 grand for the winner in both NWL and CSW. Today we're featuring all NWL games. We will have some CSW as well in subsequent days. So Saint going first, very standard play here, A, B, N, R, S, T, W. When you got one vowel, it really limits your option. And Braun, almost certainly what we want to do out of that rack. Maybe some merit to playing W, A, B, holding N, R, S, T. But that can be sort of a trap. Without drawing two vowels, you can be in some substantial trouble. So Braun scores very well. And I think that's what most people would have done. AAEEIRU for Jason. I feel like the right side of the stream has been cursed all day. Like, I just feel like I've seen 6 vowels in that bottom right little window showing the rack most of the day. But we've also seen players win through some of those. So, maybe it's a curse. Maybe it's a blessing. Who knows? Uraei, Uraei, through the R in Braun. Looks like a solid play. Ore right there looks like another one. And just EAU underneath Braun, making we and NA. All of those seem like reasonable plays. And this one apparently was the wrong one. Look at what Saint got set up on his rack. Wow. Okay. Woof. So it'll be fun to watch Jason's facial expression as Mesquite comes down for a boatload of points. Wow. All right. So once again, Saint showing that the U, I guess, is a very underrated tile in Scrabble. He didn't hold on to it this time, as he did in that previous game, but he is going to bingo with the U for almost 90 points. Wow. 88 for Mesquite. Hasn't played it yet. I wonder if he's looking for, other bingos. Maybe a double through the R or with the I. Maybe he's wondering if Mesquite is with an S or a Z. But I think he's going to play it pretty quick. And Jason with a yucky pull, pun intended. I'm not sorry, and I'll be here all day. Yuck plus AEI. Oh, okay. Looks like Saint is thinking about maybe Metiques, Metiques, which would be an enormous double-double if valid. It'd be 126, but it's not. But, you don't want to miss a play like that in the championship game of a tournament, especially if it's being streamed. So maybe he's trying to double-check his word knowledge and think about some alphagrams, think about if he's seen it before or not.
Yeah, it's a tree, right? It's a tree of the Southwest.
Yeah, it's a tree that we have a ton of down in Texas. The tree gives a unique flavor to barbecue, and so we use mesquite wood sometimes. Mesquite smoked whatever. Uh, Now I'm hungry. Now I want barbecue. But I went vegetarian 3 weeks ago. Oh
Oh
well.
wow.
Oh I just graduated from pharmacy school, and I put on about 40 pounds between the pandemic and the stress of getting a doctorate, and I gotta lose some weight. So we're cutting out meat, we're cutting out beer. Hopefully that belly comes down a little bit. But oh, mesquite, why you got to do that to me, Scrabble? There's not too much to analyze from our perspective. We know the word, and we know what's not a word in this rack. But while we're here, while we got a bunch of nerds in the same place for a huge Scrabble tournament, one of my favorite things about Scrabble is Scrabble love, Scrabble romance, and Scrabble relationships. And Lisa, you're in one of the coolest ones, right? Oh no.
Of course.
Okay, we have to pause for a minute and do some analysis.
Oh,
Woo! Again, being on stream, you
that
question.
you know that
Oh,
exactly. It plays trick. Your
you
mind plays
question.
tricks on you.
Oh man. Oh, you question
Oh,
everything you know, but woof, woof. Well, all right, that's tough, but a huge break for Jason, although he's not aware. Anyway, Lisa, you're in a Scrabble relationship. You've been in a relationship with Steve Pellinen for quite some time. Tell us how y'all met.
oh well. The first time I met him was in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and I actually was playing tennis, and he asked me if I wanted to play, and I said, oh, I can't play because my plane's leaving in an hour. So I saw him then. Then the second time, this was in 1989, and this is like the very beginning of my Scrabble playing. And then I was at the Nationals at the Penta Hotel, and then he asked me if I wanted to go to a baseball game, and it turned out that it was the Yankees. I'd never been, even though I lived in New York, and the Yankees were my team, and I listened to every game on the radio. I'd actually never been to Yankee Stadium, and the Yankees were playing the Twins, and Steve is from Minnesota, and so it was a doubleheader. We went to the doubleheader, and they split. And I would say they split, we didn't, because we stayed, in touch, and then eventually,
I love that. I
I
love that.
yeah, yeah, so I came for a visit in 1991, and I never left, and I've been here, ever since. And then, we didn't get married right away, but we've been married for quite a while. It'll be 20 years next year. So yep, and I
Wow.
also had kind of vowed never to date a Scrabble player, but somehow that isn't what happened. So,
Right, right.
so
That's a great story, and one of just many that I know out there now of Scrabble players, meeting at tournaments and falling in love and getting married, and it just Scrabble's such a cool game, such a cool little subculture where you get nerdy, quirky people who love the same thing, and man, just come together. So that's
yeah,
an
and it's
awesome
just what.
story. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, 'cause I know not everyone likes to, play with their husband, but it had always worked for us. We just like playing each other. It's nice to have a built-in partner. So,
Right, right. Do y'all play often?
at times, like, yeah, we like on a weekend we might play, like, play like almost like a little tournament, like play 13 games or something like that. Well, Steve was recently diagnosed with brain cancer, so that's kind of slowed down the Scrabble a bit, but we're still, playing several games a week.
For sure, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's a beautiful story, and yeah, we're happy to hear that, and we'll have another Scrabble power couple on stream tomorrow, or at least one half of it. Heather McCall from Toronto, along with Crane Spanier, her partner. They're both Scrabble players as well, and there's several more cases of them out there. So what a cool game we play. Missed some action. Jason hits Tacky for a ton of points, holding EIU, and Saint drops Be Slimed. So missing Mesquite doesn't hurt him too bad, as he's able to draw another bingo the next turn. And we'll work on getting that score widget updated as well. But I have Saint at 134 and Jason at 60 right now. So not too much going for Jason out of this rack. Deefiru. The scores are currently reversed. We're getting that fixed. But again, we got Saint at 134, Jason at 60. I think FEUD is the play here for Jason. You don't like knocking out that triple line with the deficit you've got, but it scores very well. It holds very well. I think really the only decision to make here is, do you play feud or do you throw the ED at the end for 9 additional points? And honestly, depending on my mood, I could easily go either way on that decision, feuded or feud. I think I'd elect to take the points just because the floaters I see are not necessarily the best. There isn't an L and S. We'll keep an M open. There's a line for sevens on top of Orei. Got the C. There's some good lines, but 9 points is a lot of points. So Jason, that's got to be what Jason's thinking about: FEU versus FEU, or FEUD versus FEUD ED. Maybe no, I wouldn't play Fume here for 18. Now I really hope with the Z somebody plays Mezquite, Mezquite. I think that'd be hilarious. We're still not able to get standings for y'all in terms of spread, but we do know the winner of this game will win the tournament for sure if Ori drops his next game, and the winner of this game may win the tournament if Ori wins his next game, depending on spread. Jason plays Futtier here, which is not valid, but I don't see any movement from Saint's mouth. I don't see a hold, and I do see Jason drawing. So it looks like we're going to get away with Futtier here, which is a nice little phony. Fuddy is good, but it is only a noun. Fuddy and fuddies. There's no Futtier. So that's neat. Maybe that's what Jason was thinking about the whole time. But he's going to get away with it here. And he's going to score very well with that phony as well, 36 points. For those new to Scrabble, you can play phony words, you can play bogus words, and it's on your opponent to call you on them. And if they don't, they stay on the board and they're acceptable for the rest of the game. So Futtier is going to stay on, and Saint's going to make a good play of NAVS, dumping one of his 2 S's, one of his 2 A's, and one of his 2 N's, the triple duplicates. I see in the chat that Futtier is also valid in the Collins lexicon. I know Jason has played a good amount of Collins in the past, so I could see very easily that he gets confused on those words. Not sure if that was a deliberate phony or an accidental phony, or an I'm not sure, but I'm just going to do it because it looks good phony. But in any case, that's what happens here. And now we've got a battle of the randomly oriented tiles. All right, good. We're balancing them out. AINOSSY for Saint, DEEHMTX for Jason, and it's Jason's turn. We got 155 for Saint to 96 for Jason. Oh man, that's a bummer for Jason. There are 2 big spots to drop an X, but they don't quite work. You've got the triple letter score next to quite and the one on top of Futtier, but no plays there and nothing really that you could even fish for. HM on top of Futtier in that same spot looks pretty solid. can also play muxed through the U in quite, muxed. It's not really a good use of the X. Maybe you'd like to score more points. Maybe you consider muted, but you've already got the X and some good stuff, and you don't really have plays. It means this board's not super conducive for the X. So maybe you just play it and score 8 more points than muted. Every turn you hold the X is a turn you're probably not going to bingo. It's not a great bingo tile, so we'll see. Noteworthy that Saint has cyanosis on his rack as well, just calmly chewing those potato chips, hoping that his bingo doesn't get blocked if he sees it, which you may or may not see. We don't know. Some players on stream always show you their intentions by setting up their words, and some just sit there. So Muxt is going to come down for Jason, and we will see if the potato chip munching was because he's hungry or because he's trying to keep a poker face. Okay. I don't think he's seen it yet because cyanosis is an insta play. There can't possibly be a better bingo unless there's a double from the L. Like there's no way it is. Cyanosis is 84 points. Wow. We'll see. We'll see if Saint is able to find it. Wow, nice pull for Jason, though. A Prithee among several other playable bingos as well. I'd have to spend some time to figure out all of those. But luckily, I'm not the one at the tournament. Scrabble's so much easier this way.
Hemipter?
Hemipter, yeah. Hemipter is through the M, is going to score a ton. Yeah, nice find, Lisa. Showing off why she's the top woman in North America. Jeez. Okay, so soy is going to be the play for Saint. He was just hungry on the potato chips, it sounds like. And Jason's got to be reading something strong into Saint's racks as he's played Navs and then soy. Like, clearly you got another S there too. S is pretty weak on this board, but now definitely know Saint has the last one. The other 3 have already been played. Chapiter, I think, is good. From the C, that's going to be a bunch of points as well. And then, Hemipter. So lots of high-scoring bingos. Chapiter definitely gives more back in terms of immediate plays, but Hemipter opens a bingo line that'll sit there for a while. So, merit to both of them. In this situation, I'd probably take the points and play Chapiter.
I agree.
And then my opponent would bingo next to me, or crush me next to it with an overlap of 50. Do you have a preference stylistically, Lisa, between Chapiter and Hemipter?
I'm agreeing with you on Chapiter.
Yeah, it's 4 more points, and that probably alone is worth it.
Yep.
I wonder if anybody in this situation would forego a bingo and play picks. It's 35. But Chapiter is 51 more. Like, what's the point of holding ERT blank if, 50 points isn't good enough for your bingo? You want more? It's greedy. There are 2 floaters that would give Saint a bingo back. Now, one of them is there, but not quite in the right spot. Nasalize, Nasalize, which he had set up for a minute. And a D would also do it for him, a Zenaidas, Zenaidas. So neither one of those is available, and it doesn't look like either one will become available for him with what Jason's got. Unless Jason decides to play Philtre, which, oh no, he just set up. Oh no. If he plays that next to Quite, Nasalize is going to come back. Ooh. Ooh. Very imperative that he finds Chapiter or Hemipter now if Filter's the bingo he's going to play instead. You can't know that the blank L you're about to string out is exactly what your opponent needs to bingo on you for 85. But wow. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. This is suspenseful. And that's suspenseful to every player for different reasons. Saint is on edge because he's hoping he gets his floater. Jason's on edge because he doesn't want to. He wants to play the best bingo, and I'm sure there's some word ambiguity or some doubt. And we're on edge because we know everything. Hemipter does come down. Good find, important find for Jason. He doesn't know it yet, but he will when he watches this tonight. And a big, nice, important play for Jason. It's going to put him ahead by a decent margin, but this is still anybody's game. Zine plays above soy for a bunch for Saint and holds on to the final S. That S doesn't look important now, but at any point you could set it up to be very important. You could play Zine and ES, or you could play ZINES. Either one of those makes sense. Or if you really want to fish, you can just play ZAS to the S and be slimed and hold AEINS, which is also important, or which is also a bingo prone. And on this board, bingos are quite possible. He's going to play Azans there, which is a nice way to score 51 points. Not sure about the leave, though. I would have preferred to hold on to the S and play just ZINE. Yeah, double A's, not ideal, but S's are huge. So definitely an interesting decision, but he might see 3 A's left in the bag and want to make the play for that reason. He might want to partially obscure that bingo line above Hemipters, or he might have just whiffed it. Could be a number of things. But that's going to put Saint back ahead by 14, and Jason pulling into some interesting stuff. The curse of the right side of the board is still real. 5 more vowels on the right side of the board. If any of you are watching this from Albany and are planning to play the main event, I think you've picked up on where you should sit, winner, if you end up on the stream. Yeah?
Yeah, no, I just imagine people petitioning. I don't want that side.
According to the rules, the player who goes second gets equipment and sides of the table and all that. So if you go second in your stream, sit on the left.
Yeah.
Kaoline, I think, has to be the play for Jason. The only hesitation I have is that leave of an O is not so good because there are still 5 O's unseen. There's only 1 on the board so far. And so, you don't want to draw double O's. A play like Louis, maybe, Looie above soy, plays off a lot more of your O's, which could be meaningful. Coolie down from the C achieves the same thing. But both of those give back a lot of scoring opportunities for your opponent. Cooley, there's opportunity to stack for a bunch in response. But Cooley's what he's going to do. Cooley is what he's going to do, and I like that. I think getting rid of O's in this situation with this unseen pool is very important, and I like that over Kaoline. So Cooley it is, and it looks like Saint's going to have no real option except jigged down to the D and muxed. At least not one that I see. That's a terrifying play because, well, there were 7 unseen O's, now there's 5, but it gives back JO plays very readily. But what else do you do with JIGGEEH?
You play Gee. That's what he's doing. Looks
You
like.
could play Gee, actually, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So he's going to hold onto the J, not open the big spot. And Jason did indeed pull another O, so good on him for getting rid of one. ABDENOT for Jason with seemingly nothing super good. I don't see any bingos. Oof. It seems like neither player wants to make a play above soy, extending out to that double letter. It makes sense. I mean, why open a triple triple on a board that's getting tighter and tighter with every subsequent turn? But that's the best place to score points on this board too. A play like BOTA is pretty solid for Jason, or Boned BONED on top of that as well. Those are 30-point plays. In a tight game right now, we've got Saint at 256 and Jason at 231. Points are crucial, but then allowing your opponent to score back is tough. Maybe a play like Beano, BEANO, through the A and G, or through the E and G, just extending out to that triple if you prefer to keep things tight. I think that makes some sense as well. The whole DET. Jason also definitely needs to consider the unseen pool. We do have an unseen blank. While that doesn't seem super important, a bingo through the S or L and be slimed could very well do this game. 2 R's unseen for the RYA spot on top of soy, as well as a P unseen for Paya. And just lots to think about here.
It's a lot of points to give up not going up there. So I'm curious.
Right. I mean, Beano is only 21, Boned is 30. It's a 9-point difference. But are you prepared to take that shot that your opponent doesn't crush you? To me, I'm not super afraid of a play like Boned because somebody's going to play down from the B and then somebody's going to stack on top of it. And those are going to be roughly similar scores. And it seems like Jason's got the same idea. He does elect to play it. And I think that's a good decision on his part. 30 points is a lot. Adbot also played in the same spot. He does have the penultimate E already. So we're going to be E deficient for the rest of this game. But Adbot, putting the A is a lot more dangerous and it scores significantly fewer points. So Boned is what Jason's going to do. And Saint hits rejig through the E and G. Nice play, 39 points. Unclutters that rack, holds well. Good stuff. I guess it just kind of goes to show you you don't need to be so afraid of opening a triple line. I mean, he didn't end up playing. He got 39 points elsewhere.
In the spot he would have played. sort of
Right.
ironic.
Yeah, quite the irony. But Scrabble's a game full of irony too.
Oh, so much so.
Man, what does Jason do here? I guess you score with your F next to Cooley, fit or fat. Undouble those T's. Jason set up fit right now. 2 unseen A's, 2 unseen I's for Jason. So yeah, just I guess pick your poison, play one or the other. It doesn't really matter. I'll get the unseen pool for Jason in the chat. AACEGII-LNNOOOOPRTTUW blank. So we're not looking at a serious imbalance of vowels or consonants, maybe slightly vowel heavy, but not something you really need to think about too hard in this circumstance. You just need to score some points. The U could be very important in this game. DON takes a front U, and that's going to allow one player to hit a quadrant to the board that only they can hit, especially if they can draw that in combination with the blank. That would open up bingo possibilities for you that your opponent can't really do anything about. The only thing that would make that go away is a play right on top of boned. But I think we're going to see fit or fat come down next to Cooley first, and we'll see where we go from there. So fit's going to be the play for Jason. Never thrilled to hold a V on your rack, but this is about as best you can do with the rack he had, and he's scoring very well in the process. 33 points, and that's going to make this a 1-point game.
Oh.
Jason is in serious time trouble, and it seems like Saint is aware of that. Jason below 4 minutes already, and Probit comes down very quickly. It was probably the right play, and if not, it was a very good play. Troop in the same spot maybe makes some sense. Scared to float that P out there with an unseen blank, but I think going fast more than anything else might be what Saint needs to be doing here. Oh, wow. No, so Probit wasn't the play. There was actually a bingo on Saints rack, if we have it right. He held OT, IOOPRTT. Yeah, that was the rack. Oh my goodness, there was actually a bingo on that turn. So I would never have seen that in a million years. I do not know that word, but it is a Poortit, POORTITH, to the H in hemipters.
Oh. Yep.
Wild. I never in a million years would have even considered bingoing to that H out of that rack. It is wild, too, that neither one of these players has the blank. They probably, have a reasonable suspicion that their opponent has drawn it. Jason has the opportunity to play ovate, setting up his in to make novate, but there is another in unseen to Jason. And if you're Jason, I don't know that you can be afraid of Saint bingoing. If you play scared and try to block in this situation, you're just going to lose. You're losing by too many points after Probit. And I think you just have to hope that he doesn't have it. Jason's going to play love, holding AENT, trying to draw maybe a bingo from the P, from the R. If he pulls a blank here, it's probably his game. And if he misses it, it's likely not.
Mm-hmm.
Drum roll, please. N, E.
Did not get it.
Yikes. So blank still in the bag. And unseen to Saint. AAEINNOTW blank. So Guaco stands out. Guaco with clove stands out as a very solid play here. But if Jason has the blank and bingos in what looks like a really solid pool, Guaco loses a game. Saint's got to think about it. If I just play short here, if I leave one in the bag and then Jason bingos from the R with the low scoring one, could I win the game after that? If I play something like Clag, does that decrease his chances of bingoing as opposed to Guaco? Do I want to block the P and the R? Was he setting something up in front of Love? There's a lot of questions. So 3 in the bag. Saint's got to think about emptying or not emptying. It looks like the rack has been pushed a little bit. Those are usually taped on so that they can't be moved, but maybe the camera got hit. Saint's rack is ACGLOTU. Drop that in chat in case you lost it. Saint is probably going through and figuring out what possible bingos can he have if he has the blank, if he doesn't have the blank, what do I need to be addressing? And if I block all the bingos, do I definitely win or can I be outrun? Another fun question is if you're going to play Clag, where do you play it? Do you play it down, making AL and GO? Or do you play it making glove and obscure that part of the board as much as possible?
Good question.
Yeah, these are great questions, and I don't know the answers to them. I just try to talk about what I think these players are thinking about. Oh man, this is a tricky one. Pre-end games are what we call these situations for those newer to Scrabble. Pre-end games are situations like this where the bag is not empty, but it's close, and you have to figure out, what you think your opponent has, what might be in the bag, what threats you need to block, what you need to avoid yourself, and they are incredibly tricky and hard to figure out. Jason also played a little bit of a mind game when he first set down Vol and then set down Love. If you do that to me, I immediately think, oh, you have the blank and you're trying to mess with me. Of course you have a front hook. And you're just playing games. But that's not what Jason did. Jason just played it, I guess, hoping he would pull a front hook.
Yeah, that seemed kind of dangerous because he didn't have any of those. He didn't have the C or the G, or the blank. But again, I guess if if you just want to, I don't know, have it open as possible because
Yeah, I think after Vol, you just kind of lose. You'll lose by 20 or 30, but you need to win this game to win the tournament. Spread's more or less irrelevant for the loser. It does matter a lot for the winner. Funnily, Quackle, as we see from our Quackle maestro Noah Slatkoff, likes out call to the L in Love. That blocks reanoint, which is possible with or without a blank.
right.
And it blocks pretty much any bingo that can come from the R without giving bingos back. And hey, if Jason bingos from the P, too bad, but out call, I'm only going to have 4 tiles on my rack. I'll probably go out before him. I have just big enough a lead that I'll squeak this one out. So Quackle has out call at about 3/4 to win, Guaco at about 63% to win, and nothing else more than about a coin flip.
Yeah, it's just interesting because there. I mean, the other. I mean, you can still bingo through the S or through the L, or there was still the P and the R. So he didn't have to do Love, but I guess it gives him the best chance of, if he doesn't have it, then he draws it. Then it just, I guess it increases the possibilities on his end. But
Mm-hmm.
but he was likely to have, to have one of those. I don't know.
Yeah,
Interesting.
if you don't empty the bag too, then Jason has another opportunity to fish and hit a bingo if he didn't hit it the turn before. So you want to empty the bag to stop Jason from getting one more chance to bingo, but you don't want to empty the bag because, well, if Jason bingos out, you just lose. So
Yep.
it's a really tricky one here. I think emptying the bag has to be the call, though. You don't want to let Jason fish one more time with the way the board is shaped. And yeah, out call has to be it. If it outruns every time, then just minimize the chances that Jason bingos as much as possible and try to win the game. Clag does that, but Outcall does that a little bit better. Guaco does it, but not quite to the same extreme. Again, we have the luxury of seeing Jason's rack. Saint has no idea. So Saint's got to go through, okay, if the blank is in the bag, I've got this game won. If it's not in the bag, how do I maximize my win percentage? But we know it's really Saint's game to lose, and he would have to make a very boneheaded play here to give it away. Or like make a 2-tile play, Jason fishes one, and then pulls the blank as the last tile. Out call. That's crazy. But it's just so crazy that it works. What a cool play. Thank you, Quackle, for continuing to teach us. There's one possible extension to Probit that would hit a triple word. In this pool, it is actually unseen to Saint. I wonder if that's one thing he's considering as well. A Probit takes a backhook of a Y, and that pluralizes to IES. So Probites, Probities, is technically possible with that unseen pool for Saint. So if that comes down, I feel like Outcall might not actually outrun, depending on what he pulls. But if he has IE blank already, he's probably also got an A and an in to go with it. He's probably going to bingo on you anyway, so whatever. All right, Saint is putting down Clag. He's hit his clock, and we know that that is game over. Jason's not going to have a bingo back, and Saint's got a big enough lead that he should be able to hold on independent of what Jason does, especially picking up the blank here. You can see he looks at his tracking sheet like, go figure, the blank was in the bag. I think we've all had that moment once or twice before, or many, many more times if we've been playing long enough. Like, oh, wow, I thought you had that for sure. Okay, cool. And Jason has to know at this point he's dead. He had all of Saint's, 9 minutes last turn to figure out if he has a bingo from the P or the R. He's got to know he doesn't at this point, and it's just a matter of going out in 2 and trying to maximize your spread. Or some players in this situation like to play unchallengeable phonies. Like the only way Saint can lose this game is if he loses a turn. So I'm going to play some garbage that I know he can't challenge. Jason's not going to do that. He's just going to play WAN. He's low on time anyway. And Saint's going to have Riotous to go out if he sees it. And there we go. We'll try to get results of the Ori game if anybody on site is able to get that. But Saint will win the tournament if Ori loses. And I'm not sure what the spread differential is between them, but a narrow victory for Saint and a big victory for Ori would give the tournament to Ori. Looks like round 4 standings are indeed up. And Ori actually has a 30-point lead on spread. So if Saint goes out with Riotous here and Ori wins by at least like 15 or 20, Ori's won the tournament. If Ori loses or wins a very narrow game, Saint would win the tournament. Once again, this is the early bird, the second early bird of two early birds before the Word Cup hosted in Albany, New York by the Word Game Players Organization. The main event begins at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. So that'll be in about 2.5 hours. We're going to cut the stream for a little bit, but set your bookmark, set a timer on your phone, and we will be back live shortly before 7 o'clock with additional Scrabble content for y'all. The first 3 games of the main event today, 8 more games each of the next 3 days, and finally 4 games on the last day. We'll have both NWL and CSW action across the course of the tournament. Oh, and I'm just hearing Ori won his game, but only by 6. So
Ooh.
Saint needs to go out here. He needs to play Riotous to win the tournament. If he misses it, if he doesn't go out and Jason's able to milk some spread, it's not going to be enough. Whoa. So Ori had a 32-point spread advantage. He's now at a 38-point spread advantage. So Saint needs to win by 39. And Riotous would do that, but not going out. Oh, man. Wow. 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 All of a sudden, there is suspense back in this game. Saint up by 19. Riotous plus the 10 points on Jason's rack will just barely do it. But no other play will. Jason has Anent to go out next to Probit, A-N-E-N-T. Wow. Wow. And he doesn't see it. He's going to play Trues holding UI. That is going to give him 2 outs, PU and 2E. But if Jason plays Anent to go out, then Jason... Oh, wow. 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 So Saint missing Riotous, winning the game, but not quite winning by enough. And Ori's going to end up winning the tournament. Now, Saint doesn't know the score in Ori's game. I'm sure he doesn't know that missing Riotous cost him the tournament, but it did. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Well, some intense Scrabble action. It looks like Ori is going to take the early bird tournament by just a handful of spread points over Saint, both players going 4-1. We'll get a call out of all the winners of all divisions of the early bird before we start the stream at 7 p.m. Eastern of the main event. But wow, what a great game. And every single turn seemed to matter. Every single spread point seemed to matter as well. Wow, that's crazy. So yeah, that was the early bird of the of the Word Cup. Once again, I am Matt Canick, joined by Lisa Odom. It'll be the two of us back on stream at 7 Eastern. And we'll have the main event, rounds 1, 2, and 3 tonight. Set your calendars. Make sure you hit subscribe and like on this video. For the Word Cup, we'll have all 5 games of action right here at Let's Play Scrabble. One more shout out to our team in Albany on site, Josh Greenway and Shauna Bossi doing the coordinating of the stream, and Noah Slatkoff doing our score widget and running Quackle for us to help me cheat and find the good plays. What a cool game. What a cool tournament. Thanks to our players across the board for all the action as well and the great games. And wow. Well, with that, we are going to end the stream here. We will be back shortly before 7 p.m. I will be back. I think we'll have a different commentator instead of Lisa. I'll let you know who, or you can find out for yourself right at 7 p.m. But we will sign off for now. Hope to see you all tonight. Hit that subscribe button. Go to wordgameplayers.org for more information about this tournament and other tournaments in your area. And we're going to sign off for now. Thanks for watching, and see you at 7 Eastern.
Thanks, Matt.